Hello. How's everybody doing today? I have returned. Mm. How's everybody doing? Na 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 na. Do 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 do. So we are exactly 9 days away. Yep, exactly 9 days away from GranBlue Fantasy Relink Endless Ragnarok. 9 more days. Okay. Place myself there. Minimize that and okay. Coolio. Coolio. We're back. Yeah. So much stuff to do, but I don't want to do everything because I really want to spend a lot of time doing the like I'm looking forward to the roguelite mode. So I kind of want to focus on just a few things. Mainly some of the weapons, but not all of them, you know? So one of them was Sandalphon stuff, obviously. That one kind of relies on other people. We did get Seophon and Tuyen's weapons at least. Maxed out for levels. Zeta's weapons are good. Normal attack, attack power, skybar. That's okay-ish. Critical hit right up. Okay, so we need to grind a little bit more of the crystals to finish Jita stuff. Catalina. Yeah, I kind of don't want to do this. Although Charlotta. Gonna goes that we're skipping. Fairy we're skipping for now. Narmaya is almost maxed out, so we should finish that one. And then Vayne, skip for now. Percy skips. Cagliostro, I need to finish her up as well. Zeta's finished. Seophon, Tuyen's weapons. Speaking of. Yeah, okay. Offense and defense is complete for everybody. So basically, we gotta farm some more, which is not great. Excavalia. Nah, you really don't want to deal with that, though. So I'm gonna skip that for now. That's fine. I think I'm gonna finish one of those. Lucilius is what I really need to do, but I kinda really don't want to deal with Lucilius if I'm being honest. Hmm. Hmm. So a few of those. That's good. Yeah, nothing interesting per se. But I kind of have to, don't I? I kind of have to do Lucilius. I really don't want to do Lucilius solo. I really don't want to do Lucilius solo. Or any of these, to be honest. At least the money's good. No, that's XP. Silver centers respond, kind of like bloom. Curio. Dimming Godfather. Knick-knack vouchers. Curio. Dark residue. Death Nail. Divinity Shackle. Uh, I mean, I haven't done this one in a while. I guess we could. But I'm definitely switching to myself. I kind of want to be brain dead today, you know, and just chill. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to Frau. I really want to start punching things with her. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wanna do Magliel? Sure, let's do Magliel. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm surprised they actually managed to die there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a very annoying fight, and I really don't want to do it with EO again. I did it the first time, and it was a pain in the ass. Too much thinking and too much dodging. I don't really get to do anything most of the time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, come on. Stay down. No. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Bon. Nice. That's one down. Mm-hmm. La, 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 la. Thank you. Da-da-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. Mhm. I honestly don't know if I need to do this right now, but hey. It was fine to like switch things up a little bit, I guess. At least we got this Strudo, Cutthroat Fang, Silver Wolf Clovis, nice. I needed all of those. So it's nice to see some of those. But I also need Fortitude crystals more than anything else. Glanza and Magliel Anamnesis. Gambit, Valor. What was this one again? I don't even remember. Which one? It's been so long since I've done some of these stages. Like, I remember them only vaguely. I think this is the open one, right? Yeah. Open platform one, yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Come on, sit down. Mm-hmm. 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 It just jumps backwards because of the stuff. It's just getting pushed back. Nice. I mean, Io, when she hits hard, don't get me wrong. Even as the AI, she doesn't hit as often as she should, but when she hits like a truck. Also, it looks like the AI is using different abilities than I am. Unless maybe one of the other characters has paralysis. I don't remember them having paralysis. I don't remember running paralysis on anybody. Mm-hmm. Okay, what else? Earthworm, earthworm, earthworm. All monsters. Uh, Quake down a rock golem. Mm-hmm. Goblin wearing griffin. What else? Farm. Two worms, I guess. Hurricane Nucula. And technically, this one I need the most, based on drops anyway. This one's also pretty high up there. Ancient Hollow Point. I mean, these are just, separate, but I could get them all from one single single mission. As the double Tayuitar mission. That's the double this one. Golem. No. Goblin Warriors. Scarmiglione. No. Garrison. Garrison. No. Don't need this one. Defeat the Griffin. I mean, I guess. Tyranitar does have something useful, I guess. Blizzardile, I guess. I have fewer of these horns. I can try and get this one. Blizzardile, hello. On the bright side, I can attack it when nobody else is attacking. I mean, I'm doing less damage, but it's still enough to, deal with it even through that. Okay, there's a horn. Aha. Mm-hmm. 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 That's better. Mm. I could, of course, do all of these on EO. Probably would be faster if I time my paralyze. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Unless I got two of these now. Mm-hmm. I guess I should practice my EO a little bit more. Hmm. Oh, speaking of, I wanted to check the skills. Very good. Do you have? Ah, yeah, he has paralysis. I was wondering where the paralysis was coming from. Defense. That's fine. Southern Cross. Mm, no. Probably should keep that one for the freeze, and then for you. The only thing we could replace realistic is Flowery 7 with Lightning. That's about the only real change that we can make here. Mm. I guess I could do paralysis. I mean, you can't really go wrong with that, to be honest. It has general usage. It's just that in multiplayer with randoms, you risk messing things up if you don't play with people you know and know when people want you to use certain things. It can be quite a problem. But you can't really go wrong with more damage as long as you find the right opening. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Yeah, much faster that way. Much, much faster. We can probably optimize that even more, to be honest. Because I was playing a little bit conservative there because I was trying to see what my windows are. But yeah. EOP. Mm-hmm. 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 Eh, a little bit messy there. A little bit messy, but still good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bum, ba ba bum, bum. Hmm. I feel like sub 30 is doable, but it would require pretty tight execution on my part. Mm-hmm. 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 There we go. Might not be even that tight, actually. At 31. That was pretty close. I mean, if I had some party member instead of Lancelot that deals a little bit more damage, sub 30 should be pretty easy. My Lancelot obviously is not geared towards damage. Mm-hmm. Three, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I messed that one up a little bit. I had a slow charge there. Mm-hmm. Oh, 2 horns, nice. Dun, dun. Mm-hmm. Okay, what else can we do? Mm-hmm. Oh, this one's the triple one. Hurricane. Oh, this is not Nihila though. This is the regular Hurricane. Managarmer. Mm-hmm. Zodiac Fireworm. Mm-hmm. I mean, more Syrian War Axes, I guess. Mm-hmm. I guess this one, Infernal Ancient Dragon. And this one we can probably do a few more times because we could use some ancient hollow points. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can try doing this one once at least with EO for all time's sake. I know I'm gonna hate it. I hate doing this fight every single time with EO. Admittedly, I don't think I have done it since I got my terminus and all of that. Mm-hmm. Oh, come on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can't really do this as like I can't be as aggressive as I like to be on this one. Mm-hmm. Oh right, that's why I don't have stout heart. I think it's because of the circle. I think it was. Something gave me stout heart. But yeah, this is a pain in the ass. Oh my god, let me. Dude, I can't even fucking get up before something else hits me, and I can't even dodge. That makes no fucking sense. Mm-hmm. Dude, let me get up for fuck's sake. I really need to get my rounds in. Mm-hmm. Seriously, somebody didn't knew their bullshit. Mm-hmm. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I hate this fight as EO every single time. Dude, can you please stop it? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How did that hit me? I definitely dodged that one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I hate this fight so much, solo. I really, really do. This is why I always do it on Lancelot, because I cannot be bothered with this. It's so much nonsense. I mean, I still got, you know, S++, but it's not fun. Yeah. Still got S++, but yeah. Doing this solo always sucks, especially with certain characters like EO. Mm-hmm. Okay. Galans, Fury K, Nihila, Managarmer, Nihila. Vulcan Bola. I don't really need those though. I mean, realistically, the only thing I really need right now is Lucius and grinding a lot. Which one was it? I think it was here, right? That was this one, right? Yeah. And this is what we need to farm, basically. Because we need a bunch of crystals. A bunch of crystals. At least I did this a few times, so now I kind of have. I have a rough idea of how to do this. Okay, now we go up for this. Mm-hmm. 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 Like that. Mm-hmm. Ah. I messed that one up. Come on. Like that. Mm-hmm. Can you please stop missing? Okay. 103 there. Mm-hmm. Not the cleanest wave clear, but hey, it is what it is. Ah, I hate it when they jump too high. Mm-hmm. No, okay. Yeah, we're now getting to 200. Not like this. How did I miss that one? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, this one was pretty weak. This one was a weak run. Only 189. It's just barely above minimum. Barely above minimum. Minimum in the sense of like what I usually do, which is, you know, minimum is 187, you know. That's pretty much standard. Almost impossible to do less than 187 at this point. Bum, bum, ba-da-bum. Those are full. I need to finish Jitas, right? Also, Narmaya. Okay. Okay, now she's officially completed. Yes. Charlotta's. Everything is 125. Cagliostro. Everything's 110, 25. I kind of want to finish Cagliostro as well. I'll see Darhai, I guess. But Zeta's done, yes. Sandalphon's done for now. Just need to get his last weapon. But yeah, basically we just have to grind lots and lots of crystal. And some money, I guess. I am a little bit low on money. So I guess we can do a slime peed or two just to switch things up. And for that we use Eugen. Undertake quest. I think it's under veteran. No, it says first maniac, right? And yeah, you use Eugen for this one, ideally. If you do it right, it's very easy to get. This start is a little bit. Yeah, I definitely need more damage on him. Ideally, I need more damage on him. My organ's not quite finished yet. Because I can't one-shot most of these pots. Ideally, you want to one-shot them, because then you don't have to... You know, like the same thing I was basically doing with EO earlier on the other mission, you know? That's kind of what you want to be able to do. Mm-hmm. I mean, getting over 100 is easy at this point. I'm always getting over 100. The question is just how much over 100. And it's usually, I think, around 160. I think, I recall vaguely. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, 150-ish. Give or take around this range is what we usually get, I think. I think it was 147-ish before. I need to upgrade his weapon. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have 99. Never mind. Imbue. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's called a sign 60? Okay. Red Rhinestone. I probably will want to put this realistically on Zeta. HP, head start, cover for uh, oh, I already have crit rate stun power guts at the moment. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely make some more money. But for now, I need to weapon away cat again. Hurricane Nihila. Okay. Hurricane Nihila is next, I guess. Party. This one. Of course. Good. One, two, three, four. Two, three, four. Two, three, four. Okay. One, two. Oh, come on. I hate the fact that you interrupted that. Transfiguration. Yeah. Transform. I hate this so much. Ah, I hate this. Oh. Of course. Uh, I hate the opening. Oh, come on. Don't fucking interrupt my attack. Thank you. Mm-hmm. 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 Uh, uh. How's Relink going? I mean, it's going, but obviously I'm rusty and I'm playing EO, so it's just frustrating at times if you're doing things solo. I mean, I'm doing them, you know. It's like it's not like I guess sometimes I just have a tendency to hold myself to way too high standards. I guess sometimes. So it's like, I mean, technically speaking, this isn't bad. It's like 4 minutes for a Fury Cane. It's not bad by any means. It's just I always expect better of myself, and sometimes to my own detriment, to my own enjoyment, to the detriment of my own enjoyment, I'm too harsh on myself. I really need to stop doing that. I think that's all we needed, right? Let me check. Oh, frick. Again, the audio. For some reason, my audio keeps resetting. I don't understand why. Like on my end, it's properly getting redirected, but for some reason, I need to keep changing the channel back and forth. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I blame it on Windows. I just blame it on Windows because it's the easiest way. It's easier to just blame Windows than everything else. Okay, now you should be able to hear it. Okay, Eugen. Yeah, okay. That was all the cores that we needed. And now we need Mana Garmer, Nihila Core. Oh god, I'm running out of materials. Yeah, I'm doing Rakam's Eugen's weapon, and then I'm gonna stop until the expansion when it comes to grinding these particular things, because I don't want to keep grinding these things again. I already did it like once, twice, 3 times. Yeah, 3 times. I don't want to do it again. 4 times is enough. I mean, you're welcome to join. I don't mind playing with peeps. I usually just do whatever. For my own sake, I'm just kind of doing a little bit of everything so that I don't get too, like, you know, burned out and stuff. So I grind a little bit of crystals to upgrade some weapons, and then I do a little bit of Behemoth to kind of unwind on Lancelot, and just do a little bit of this and a little bit of that. It's nothing in particular that I'm trying to do. I'm just de-rusting before the expansion hits, while also, you know, taking advantage of the opportunity to finish a few things here and there on the side. Okay, we got that. Yes, yes. So Mana Garmer. Mana Garmer. I mean, I can just run Lancelot, you know, if I want to be lazy, I can just do this. And then I can just look at chat and ignore everything else and just press Y. You know, I can just do this. That's why I worked on Lancelot, so I can turn my brain off and just look at chat. That's how I chill, basically. I do Behemoth while pressing Y. I mean, you can still die even with Lancelot, don't get me wrong, but it's like very difficult. I can just do this now. And I'm gonna win. I really do appreciate him being here and being the way he is. Because I get to, you know, have my EO time when I just, you know, hate everything. Because I have to be super careful, super meticulous, super precise with everything. You know, have to figure out my openings on every single fight, figure out what I can and cannot do, when I can do it. Or I can just play Lancelot and mash Y. You know, and sometimes this is good. This is fun too. This is its own way of fun. And just like that. I couldn't skip a phase though. I probably could have actually, but okay, maybe I should probably not ignore that mechanic, to be honest. I probably shouldn't have done that, but hey. The anti-canone. This is its own way of fun. It's mindless fun, and I love it. This has always been my favorite part of gaming, namely the part where you learn enough about the game and about the systems that you can actually start breaking the game in different ways. It's my favorite part. Yeah, couldn't. Yeah, I was too late on that one. Like, I pressed Y, but I got pushed back right afterwards. Oh well, next time. Oh, I accidentally broke that. I don't know how I broke that. I shouldn't have been able to break that, but okay. Mm-hmm. Why do you have to get in my way? Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-bum. Heal a horn. Heal a cores. I need more cores though. I need 5 cores. Bum, ba-da-ba-ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-ba-ba-bum, bum. Okay, I have enough. We have enough cores. Let's see if we can finish that up and then move on to the next and see if I can. I'm gonna set up a room. And see if not that one. And see if it actually works. Oh, I need even more Ruthenium and Vulcan Bola. Okay, well let's try setting up a room, and let's hope it works because sometimes it doesn't. Proud, I guess. No playstyle. Headline. Streaming the session. Checking content and password. Let's go with 111 again. I think 1111. Okay. Let's see. Session settings. Where can I even check the session? ID. It doesn't show the session ID for some reason. Okay. Welcome. Okay, it worked. Because yesterday it didn't. We were trying a while and we had to restart games left and right to try and see each other's rooms and friend requests and whatnot. So it's good that it worked this time at least. Any particular preferences for what you have? You want a particular fight or something? I guess we can do a Vulcan Bola for now. Message delivered. Message delivered. Oh, farming. Well, let's go with Vulcan Bola now for now. And then we can do harder stuff as we keep going. Party. If I'm doing Vulcan Ball, I'm gonna use EO. Because I can, yeah. I can at least push some damage more than Lancelot. Lancelot is my, you know, brain off moment to chill and chat, basically. EO's my hardcore gaming, focusing, paying attention type. It's my Wii gaming moment. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hello, Miyuki. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, shit. Okay. I could have sworn I jumped on the other side. Mm. Mm-hmm. I got it all wrong. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Haven't done this in so long. I forgot how this fight even goes. Yeah, I was just grinding a little bit here and there and de-rusting essentially. Because I haven't played this game pretty much since it came out. Mm-hmm. 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 Uh... Mm-hmm. 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 Oh my god, I hate the interruptions. The animation, the cutscene are actually really annoying at Zio. Oh no! God damn it. Yeah, you're welcome to join after this. You should already be able to find the room, I think. Passwords 4 ones. 1111. But I don't think you can join right now. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, that works too, I guess. I pretty much beat all the content, it's just that I haven't played in a long time, so I'm obviously quite rusty. Trying to remember everything. Especially, you know, with certain characters like Io, where you can't really just ignore mechanics. And you have to take advantage of every window of opportunity and all of that. It can be rough when you're rusty. You should be able to search for the room now. Passcode 1111. Oh, I can't do that because I need Ruthenium. Yeah, need more Phala coins. Hello and welcome. Super cute genius alchemist Cagliostro, let's go. So yeah, if anybody has any preferences for what they need material wise, let me know. Nice. My general plan for the next week or so is really just do anything for the most part. Like I've done literally everything except for like the post game stuff, you know, like these things. You know, I have everything else done. It's not like I haven't, you know, beaten the game. I got all my where was it? Pro Bahamut. Here you go. Got all my Terminus weapons. Literally every single one of them. So it's like the only, like, literally in terms of like just progression, literally the only thing I have left to do is spam Lucilius to get more alphas. That's it. That's the only thing I still have left to do in terms of progress. That's literally the only thing left. I've done literally everything else. I've done all the quests, all the chests, all the crabs, all the Terminus weapons, leveled all of the characters to 100, finished all of the masteries to 100, except for collections, because, you know, the weapons are a pretty big grind. And yeah, I guess second weapon for Sandalphon, which is again Lucilius. But like, yeah, I've pretty much done everything that there is to do in terms of like actual content and progression, barring literally alpha, you know, grinding for alphas, and really that's it. I also have platinum achievement for the game, so if one of you needs something, just say so and we can do that, because I'm really just doing shit for the sake of it. I do Behemoth for the sake of it. I do Proto Bahamut for the sake of it. I do Pieta for the sake of it. Proud. Gila, Managarmor, Volcamola. White Worm, I guess. Wait, what did I need next for? I mean, double check one more time. What did I need for Weapon Awakening? Eugen. I already have everything. Vulcan Ball, Nihila Core, Nihila Fuse, Plasma Silver Centrum. Yeah, so just Rufinium. Okay, well, Pieta. Can't go wrong with Pieta, I feel like. Right? Did it have some decent drops? Let's do a Pieta for now. I actually have to learn to do Pieta again. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have enough yet. Ah. Too late. Not enough. Okay, messed that one up. I hate doing that. Iron softener. There we go. The anti-canone. Yeah. Bam, bam, bam. Hey, lunar detector, let's go. Good work, everybody. Lunar detector. Some more of those. Can't go wrong with those. Did I get enough? I don't think I did. Oh, still not enough Rafale coins! Give me more Rafale coins, please. Thank you very much. Those. Weapon awakening. I need Refinium, basically, just Refinium. And then neck. Haven't done this in a while. Trade all. That and that. I'm pity bubble. Oops. Trade. There we go. I'm pity bubble. I'll never get tired of that one. I don't know why. It's so stupid, but I like it. Okay. Cleared up our inventory. What else? New preferences, no preferencias. Proto Bahamut. Do either of you need Proto Bahamut? Like, do you still have Ascension weapons to get? I know they're gonna make it a little bit easier, but you know, if you do still need ascension weapons, we can do that. Otherwise, none that I care for. Already have all the weapons in the game. Okay, you're my people. Yeah, I just had to farm it all because I wasn't content until I got all the check marks. So, oh, do I have enough? I should have. It's a Bahamut. Behemoth. I mean, I guess we can do Bahamut. Not Bahamut. Behemoth. I was thinking. Crown of Lament. Yeah, I kind of want to do Lucilius, but I feel like probably if we do Lucilius, somebody else should host that personally, because my companions aren't that great. Lucilius, Behemoth. I mean, Behemoth's pretty chill if you have. Yeah, no, too much work. I feel like I would rather us chill. Did I join you? Yeah, you're welcome to. Room should be up with my name. Password is 1111. 4 ones. 4 times 1. That's the password. You're welcome to join us. As long as there's room. Yeah, I mean, Lucilius, I just shut off my brain and run Lancelot, because I cannot be bothered to relearn Lucilius. I mean, I kind of sort of know it. We did do it yesterday 2 times or 3 times. But, like, I cannot be bothered to learn Lucilius properly at this point. There's just no point, realistically. Also, we're on Steam, Tyrus, just so you know. We're on PC. Not console. Because unfortunately, we don't have cross-platform yet. Yet. 1 more week and then we have cross-platform. 1 more week and then it doesn't matter anymore. I'm just waiting for Tyrus to be able to see if we can join. But yeah, Lucilius, I most, like, even Lucilius and Behemoth as well. Behemoth just sucks. Behemoth just outright sucks, so I just run Lancelot and not think about it. I can't join then? I'm sorry. Yeah, we're on PC, we're on Steam. Unfortunately, cross-platform only becomes available with the expansion in 9 days. In 9 days, then we will be able to play together. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, for Behemoth, I just run Lancelot because it's easy, it's brain dead, it's simple. No, the thing is, Behemoth just jumps around a lot, and with some characters, like with EO, you know, where it's all about those charge attacks and those big hits, finding the windows of opportunity, like, you know, you have some phases where it's kind of like, yeah, okay, cool, and then you have a lot of phases where you're just like, well, now I'm not playing the game for half the fight, especially if you're not in a group, you know, if you're doing it solo, for instance, right, with NPCs and stuff, where you can't just SBA cancel right whenever you want, you know, that's when it kind of becomes annoying. And, you know, if you're not communicating, if you're not on Discord or something to coordinate, to say, hey, I'm SBAing now, or whatever, you know. If you're just doing it with NPC, like, you know, your own characters, your NPCs, that may or may not be good enough, Behemoth is just annoying. Like, it's not necessarily that it's hard, it's just annoying to deal with. His jumping and all of that kind of stuff. It's a fight that I kind of want to do, but I usually just do on Lancelot. Because I don't want to I don't want to think. I really don't. It's such an annoying fight to actually try and, you know, get the timings down. Oh, I love doing it on Lancelot. To be honest, I love doing it on Lancelot. I don't have to think. I just hate doing it on EO, who's my main. And I don't have that many characters built up just yet, you know? So it's like, I really don't wanna... Okay. Like, this part's pretty easy so far, and now this is the part where it becomes annoying. You just have to wait, and I can't do anything as EO. And now we just wait as he jumps around. Oops. I still have to finish up my Cagliostro, to be honest. I hate you, Behemoth. Yeah, a little bit of overkill, because overkills are always nice. Yeah, I hate the trash because they also mess up with your targeting and stuff. They're also very irritating. Yeah, it does do that a lot. where it just kind of messes with you. And you're targeting the wrong thing and wasting your skills or whatnot. Or dodging in the wrong direction. Or if the ads weren't there, yeah, the fight would be just slightly less annoying. But... Honestly, I don't even know. Probably many. I have enough. I didn't even check. How many do I have? Oh, 6. I need 8, so I need more of these. What else should we do then? Which one was it? Where was it? I need to do SB build for my cage. I quite like to finish all achievements before because getting this is such a pain. Yeah. Pieta. Yeah, I stopped caring about sigils at this point. What I have is what I have. It's not like perfect, but it's good enough. I got some damage cap pluses, critical hit rate, link together, guts, tyranny, untouchable, flight over flight. Got warpath, war elemental. Same with EOs. Those are the only 2 good characters. Rackham and Eugen have stuff, but it's like nothing crazy per se. I need to finish working on them, but it is what it is. They're good enough. I beat everything in the game, so at this point, doesn't matter. Fury Kane, Amenagarmar. Haven't Pieta. I mean, honestly, it's just Pieta, I guess. 40. Really, it's just this for the most part. Pieta is the reasonable point of like being comfortable. Lucilius is kind of just too sweaty. So unless people are actually actively wanting to do Lucilius and know what to do, I kind of don't feel like doing Lucilius at this point. Mm-hmm. Okay, Firefly. Dude, I dodged in the other direction. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh my god, please stop canceling my thing. Mm-hmm. Of course. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, seriously? It interrupted that? Even though I hate it? Nope, still doesn't. Ah, yeah. Bonk, explode. Bye bye. Mm-hmm. La 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 la. Cute girls doing cute things. And then a pretty boy and an old man. We have enough now. I know about that, but I was really referring to Eugen, just like presentation wise. Oh, still not enough. God damn it. Yeah, damn it. Still not enough. I guess Managarmer could use some more parts, I guess. Eugen is the cute girl doing cute things. I like Eugen being the manly man that he used to be, man. I still listen to that song. I forget the name off the top of my head. You know, the three burly men talking about, you know, singing about the Fundoshi and stuff. Whatever it was. I forget the name. Mm-hmm. Not enough. Otoko no Uta, I think it was called. The manly song or something like that. Come on. Come on. I fucking hate the freeze. Ah. Yeah, I messed that up. Couldn't skip it. Oh well. I needed to rescue him. Mainly because I haven't done any revives. I actually checked my achievements yesterday, I think it was, and I had like 17 revives in the entire game. For me, it was either I beat the stage handily or I just am unable to beat it. There was like no in between. And I also played most of it solo. And when I did play in group, it was like, you know, we were coordinating, so it was... There was very little need for revives for the most part. Otoko no Uta. +100 revive just from story because I trained my bot. I forgot the perfect dart skill, so they kept dying 10 times per fight. Yeah, mine didn't have problems because I mainly just run Eugen and Oracum for the most part, so they can stay away. Though they don't get clipped quite as much as some of the other characters, especially the physicals. And Lancelot, well, he's built for flight or fight, so he's not dying anytime soon. I also didn't put that skill, whatever it's called, that you know, removes your ability to dodge and block. I don't use that skill. No, that's not what I wanted. Still no Rafale coins. Surprisingly. So I still need 2 of those. Yeah, I need Refinium, and that's the annoying part. Refinium doesn't drop consistently outside of Behemoth. It's the only one that I've had good success when it came to Refinium specifically. Like, everything else seems to be so inconsistent. Yeah. That doesn't have Refinium. Yeah, that doesn't have Refinium. Yeah, like, nothing seems to have Refinium. Reliably. Defeat Behemoth. That one's the most obvious one. That one drops it consistently. And I need those the most, which is the annoying part. Okay. I'm just gonna do Behemoth again and go back to Lancelot. Refinium. Yeah, I mean, I only have 3 weapons maxed. Working on the 4th. I got both of my weapons on EO because, you know, I have to respect the main. I got both my weapons maxed out. It also made the grind of Behemoth a lot easier. There we go. Perfect timing on that one. 70%. At least we got rid of all the ads. Bonk. Spam that A button. Spam that A button. Can you please stand down? Mm-hmm. 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 Well. I hate this part. I hate. Shut up. There we go. Look at that ice. It's beautiful. Yeah, unfortunately we didn't break the horns. That always sucks. Breaking the horn is really the challenge here. Yeah, nope. I totally get it. Like, I really do understand it. That is precisely why I'm playing Lancelot whenever I do Behemoth. It's a lot more comfortable. Also, when I'm doing it solo, it's a lot better because I can reliably break the horns. It's a lot easier and reliable to break the horns that way. Because I'm always at his face for the most part. Okay, there's the exceptional Refinium for now. Okay, let's do one more awakening, and then I need even more Refinium. One of these. Don't know a lot of Folly Coin. Wait. Folly Coins. What can you replace? I think this one. Okay, awakening. Okay, so just yeah, Refinium. That's all I need. Refinium. Fucking Refinium. I hate Refinium. You need so much Refinium. It's annoying. And it's honestly the most reliable for drops. Yeah, because this one always drops pretty much 3 every single time. What about Folly Coin? What's this? Windworm, Ice Worm, okay. Ah, it's okay, the fire, the... Yeah, whatever. Not doing that. Yeah, that's about the only thing I really need at this point. It's Behemoth for those damned Refinimores, because he drops 3 pretty much every single time, and Lucilius, because otherwise I've pretty much maxed out everything. And I mean, I guess Fortitude Crystals. I guess I could check my transmute sigils. Trade sigils. But yeah, we only have to wait about a week, give or take, and then we get to play cross-platform, and we can do new stages. I'm really looking forward to the roguelite, just because you should be able to do so much of the grinding a lot faster technically, but also all in one place. Stand still, you dumb thing. Gotta hit the face. Hit the face, 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 hit the face. And he's immune again. Oh wow, I got hit. Pom pom pom. Yeah. No horns. Bye bye, behemoth. Yep. I'm not surprised. Don't worry about it. It's, again, just chill. Like, really, nobody's gonna get angry here. It's fine. It's behemoth. It's if I can play Lancelot, you can miss your SBAs. Nobody's gonna mind it. It's fine. No, I get it. It is frustrating. That's just behemoth in a nutshell. That's behemoth. That's all there is to it. Like, there's not much to say besides that's behemoth, all right. It's behemoth. It's exactly what you expect it to be. Combo finisher, silver centrum. Yeah, I'm running low on those as well because of the upgrades. Revenant medallion, yeah. Yeah. That's fine. It's okay. Let's do something less annoying, I guess. Let's do Pieta, I guess. That way, you know, we get to unwind a little bit. It's nice to switch things up a little bit. That way, you know. It's a little bit more relaxing here and there. I don't know that one, right? Yeah, I need Refinium, I need a bunch of Refinium, and I need more Silver Centrums as well, because I'm running low on those as well. But yeah, the Draconic Fire is the last one that I'm doing. I'm not doing another Terminus weapon at this point. I also got the Ascension weapon, but only for EL. Do, 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 do. Oh, you know what I want to do after this for all times? I want to do Tayu Vitar. I haven't done Tayu Vitar in forever. I think that's not Maniac though. Or Proud, what was it? I think it's on the lower difficulty only. But I like the Tayu Vitar fights. They're kind of silly, but hey. Mm-hmm. 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 Three, four. Mm-hmm. 50%, nice. Skip the phase. Mm-hmm. 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 Nice. Under 1 minute. That's good. I think it was under 1 minute, right? Mm-hmm. You love to see it. Okay. What is a reliable way? What is a reliable way? Okay, let me see which one has a guaranteed drop rate for Refinium. No. Oh, id is the first one that has a guaranteed drop. Are you kidding me? An Angramanu. You have to get all the way down here on extreme. What about maniacs and extremes? What other ones are guaranteed? Okay, so all of these are guaranteed, interestingly. Magliel, Yolanda. Not all of these, I guess. Oh, no, we're not doing Excavalion, don't worry. We are not doing that. Infernodao. Oh, Blizzardao. Okay, these also have guaranteed drops. I guess that's nice. Okay, this one doesn't have a drop guaranteed. Oh, Tayuitar. I was talking about this. Yeah, this is what I wanted to do. For all time's sake, Tayuitar. Gear myself also while he scare me. Yeah, I mean, the AI in this game is pretty nice. I actually do like the fact that it plays properly and it's not like a hindrance. And if you gear them really well, they can really carry their own. Sometimes they're even better than actual players. I didn't even get to do my big attack anymore a second time. Hey, Refinium, let's go. How many did we get for that? I mean, it's a sub 1 minute. So depending on... I mean, even if it's just one, that's fine. 40 seconds. Is it just one or more than one? Just one. But you know what? It's fine. We can repeat. If it's... Even if it's just one, considering how quickly it goes. I can get a few of those real quick, blown out of the water. And we get to fight Tayuitar, which honestly is kind of old school by now. Old news. There we go. That's how it's supposed to happen. Nice and quick. It takes more time to open the chest and watch the reward screen that it is to actually fight the Taiwitar. That's kind of funny. But hey, if I... Oh, wait, that didn't guarantee. Oh well, it's fine. It's still fine. Ah, I missed it. I could have sworn I hit it, but no. Nah. That was messy. I missed my attacks. Okay, Refinium. That's fine. Maybe we have 6. I need 4 more for the next upgrade, and then another 10 for the next one. At least it goes by fast, I guess. It's not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Cool. Sub 20! Let's go, 17 seconds. Nice. Yeah. 17 seconds for Centrums and whatnot. Let's go. "17 seconds." That's so dumb. You'll love to see it. I really like the design of the Taiwitar. Of course, I can't do my attacks. Bonk. Eugen has very high burst. That's the thing. Eugen, he attacks relatively slow compared to everybody else, and his range... He does have fall-off damage, if I'm not mistaken, on his ranged attack. But the thing is, if you're close and if you get to actually do your shots, or even just, you know, grenade spam if you have a location, yeah, his burst becomes insane. And also, you know, you have things like canceling, you know, animation canceling. That's an important part of it. Because, like, the AI doesn't play as well, you know, like, you can see that with EO as well in my case. Like, if you put the AI on EO, it doesn't know how to animation cancel, and you know, her rotation as an AI is not great, but in some cases they can deal a crap ton of damage. And Eugen in particular, even as an NPC, he shoots really, really hard. So even if he doesn't get to have like the best uptime, when he does hit, it's kind of crazy. But like almost every character can deal a crap ton of damage if you either build them right or you set them up for success. Rackham does a crap ton of damage as well, and he builds SPA very fast if you build him properly. Zeta can basically become immortal as your NPC, you know. Some characters like EO, for instance, maybe aren't as good as an NPC, but still really crazy in terms of like just raw damage. Not quite as reliable on the Ruffinium, but it's fine. 1 every 2 runs is still pretty good. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Four. There we go. That's what we want to see. Did we get anything? Just those Rafala coins. I mean, Rafala coins is still good because 30 of those give me a Refinium essentially. So 2 runs is 1 guaranteed Refinium just off of coins. So it's good. Mm-hmm. 1, 4. There we go. And there's a... Oh, that's quality Refinium, never mind. Bum 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Four. Bonk. 2 million damage in a hit. One, two, three. Okay. Silver Centrum. Titar head units. Yeah. $18 seconds. Yeah. Yep. That's really fast. What are we? No. We're just gonna do a full set of 10 and then you can switch it up a little bit. By the time we finish all 10, I should have enough to do the upgrade anyway. One, two, three, four. Bonk. One, two. Silver Centrum, let's go. Bim bim, bim bum bum. 16 seconds, nice, even better. Okay. Bum ba dum bim 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 bim. Treasure. Yeah, that's those. That's nice. Weapon awakening. Awaken. Okay, what do we need? Silver Centrums and Refiniums again. Yeah, pretty much. We got everything else for the most part. We will need more Lunary Cells, I guess, because we're running low on those as well. But we got pretty much everything else. Yeah. One more set. Knickknacks. It's a Joss. Piri Bubble. Legendary with 1. Yes. And then legend, non-legendary. That's all we need. Yeah. Okay, trade treasure. Yeah, so just Refinium, more Refinium. Azurite Splendor, Damascus. Yeah, got a bunch of those. Too much farming. So what were I needed? Yeah, this one. Let's go to something extreme again. Not that one, not that one. Not Excavalion, screw that. Hurricane and... I mean, it could work, I guess. Haven't done it in a while. Let's do one, see how it goes. I feel like we should be able to replicate what we just did to Tylitar with it as well. I feel like it's about the same thing. Unless he jumps more or something. Yep, sounds about right. You should prepare yourself, Id. I don't think you're ready for this. Bonk. Nice and chill. Nice and chill. There's a Distrudo, nice, and a Silver Centrum, nice. Ah, damn it. They ran too far away. I don't know why he switched his direction this time. I hate you. Sit down. Yeah, he's a little bit more annoying than Tayuitar, I guess. Because of the phase transition. I don't know why he jumped backwards there, though. That was kind of weird. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know why. He should have charged forward, but for some reason he just jumped backwards. I'm like, okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. There. That's how it's supposed to happen. If he cooperates, everything goes fine. Yeah. Round, what is this? 4? I think it's round 4. Oh my god. That totally messed my rotation up, but okay. Why did that? That totally threw me off for a loop there. He's a little bit more annoying. But it's still good, because we, destroy those. Refinium, that's good. Oh hey, look, damage cap. Regular damage cap, we don't really need those. Four, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I need about three more refiniums, and then I should have enough. Four. Bye bye, id. Hey, this Trudeau, nice. Yes, please, give me more. Nice, another Trudeau to the collection. That's good to have. Can barely get 2 rotations in. It's crazy. Hey, another Destrudo. Nice. You'll love to see it. Seven. Nah. Not too many. I guess it's nice to stock up on those a little bit. Dude, what happened to my paralysis? It didn't... My paralysis didn't hit for some reason. I don't know why, but it didn't hit. My paralysis missed. I think he jumped... he dashed forward right out of it. That was unfortunate. Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what happened there. Oh, wait. Oh, weird. That was weird. Died right at the end, and I couldn't revive. That was weird. Dude, that run was just weird all across the board. My thunder missed, my attack, at the end missed when he jumped in the air. You died on the final screen and can't get revived. It's like... It was all over the place. Yeah. That was a weird thing at the end there. Some of these runs are just kind of cursed. Okay, now that's what's supposed to happen. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, he didn't get paralyzed for some reason. Again, he didn't get paralyzed. Ugh. And this time I was sure to hit him, and I did hit him, but for some reason, I guess he got an invulnerability frame for transition or something, but yeah. Game lagged out. Yeah, I don't know. I think it is just a little bit weird. Oh, you got kicked out. That's what happened. Call it there anyways. Okay, well, that's fine. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. It was fun. Hope you had fun too. You're more than welcome to join us in future days and streams and stuff. Okay, we got 50 of those. That's good. Again, I didn't get enough silver centrums. What about you, Miyuki? You still hanging out, or you want to take a break as well? I'm trying to clear my inventory as well. That's fine. I'll hop in some other time for more grinding. Sure, you're more than welcome. Okay, we got all of those. The only thing I need is Silver Centrum. Okay. I think I'm just gonna do... what's something that's not super annoying for Silver Centrum? I mean, kind of everything gives Silver Centrums. Cutthroats. Ancient Hollow Point, Crown of Lament. I mean, this is easy enough. Chill enough. I could get some more peaks as well. Beaks, I mean. Do 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 do. Ba-da-boom. Goblin. We are Japanese Goblin. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, we fight 2 griffins. One, 2, 3, 4. Mm-hmm. Of course, you would dodge it at the last second. Screw you. Mm-hmm. Double fuck you. Double screw you just because. Why not? Yeah. I just haven't done this in a very, very long time. I haven't done anything in a very long time, so I'm kind of just doing different stages for the sake of it. Silver Centrum, there we go. Basically, I just need Silver Centrums at this point. Refinium, nice. Oh yeah, I got 3 as well from this one, and 2 giant beaks. That's actually pretty good. Oh no, I got 1 beak, 2 beaks here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh wow, this is a lot better than I thought it would be. And I got Fortitude Crystal. Dude, this one's actually kind of decent to farm. Because you get both Giant Beak and Broken Savage Sword for turning them in for Centrums. And you get Silver Centrums as a chance. And you get Fortitude Crystals. And you get Rafale Coins. And you have a chance at Refinium. That's actually kind of good. That's better than I thought it would be. Yeah, did not expect that to be as like lucrative. Actually, let me see. I need one more of those. There we go. Better that's kind of expensive. There we go, fully awakened, draconic fire, charring breath. Let's go. Technically, I need to do the same for Rackham, but I'm not doing that right now. I'm just gonna grind Silver Centrum or Finium passively and eventually get it. But yeah, we got that one, that's nice. Fully awakened, and then we get Freikugel. But yeah, it's a lot of behemoth grinding for that one. Oh, how many? Upgrade weapon, 150, 150, 150. Zeta's all 150. Ugly Ostro. Actually, wait, I need to finish Jita. I don't have enough still. Those are annoying to farm. Anything in particular you'd like to mess around with? At this point, I'm pretty much done with like big grinds. I'm just really just need L crystals, realistically. But that one is kind of boring for peeps, I know, because just 4 minutes of killing Aramons. Proto Bahamut, okay. Proto Bahamut, what? Here. I think I'm doing like that. No, wait. Is it? Yeah, we're gonna rack up. Okay, that's good. I feel like the ranged characters are gonna be more useful than for Lancy. Oh, I don't even remember the exact phase transition on this after so long. Like, I know the big picture of it, but I forgot much of it. Yeah, I take the back, you take the front. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Four. One, four. Ah. That was close. Mm-hmm. 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 Down. Four. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh, come on, why did my... my buttons were getting cancelled. I fucking hate that when that happens. Ah. We could have ended it there if it didn't get cancelled. I hate when that happens. Yeah. I mean, it was sub 5. It's not bad. By any means. What is my record again? Because I keep forgetting. I think my record was sub 4. I think the best run I've ever done was a sub 4. I think it was. I'm trying to remember. It's been so long since I grinded it. Elapsed time 402. Where is my... Oh man, it's been so long ago, I can't even find it anymore. Actually, I think I may have... Was it? Let me check. Maybe? Was it in community post, maybe? A long time ago? Where is it? Oh my god, it's been so long. I can't find it. I can't find it. No. Where did I put that screenshot? I could have sworn I posted it. Where was it? I'm so frustrated that I can't find it now. I can't find it. I'll have to look for it some other time. I'm pretty sure it was a sub 4. I think it was a sub 4, but I don't remember how good it was. I was a pretty tight run, I remember it being, but I don't remember just how good it was. And I can't find the screenshot right now. I could have sworn it was a sub 4, but I don't want to, you know, I don't want to speak with certainty on something that I can't remember off the top of my head. And I also can't find a screenshot to verify it, you know? Because I'm really not the type to lie about my quote-unquote achievements, you know? But at the same time, I know it was something along those lines. I just can't find the screenshot for it. That's what frustrates me. I could have sworn I posted it online at some point, somewhere, but I can't find it. I can't for the love of me find it. I can't find it. Oh my god, this frustrates me so much. No, I can't find it. I can't find it. Whatever. Whatever. I'll find it at some point, eventually. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's do this. And just a chill Hurricane. Oh, it's gonna cancel my charge. I hate animation transitions. Of course you had to this move on me. I hate Hurricane. I hate Hurricane. Of course. Yeah, a little bit annoying. I say that as we do sub 2 minutes. Like, my standards have been out of whack lately, honestly. My standards and expectation for what a good run is getting more and more extreme, honestly. I'm getting spoiled with, you know, end game builds and end game players. Yeah, but think back to when you were supposed to, when you did these the first time, you know, like either at gear or just slightly above, right? And even not accounting for that, you know, like just overall player performance and improvement and all of that kind of stuff, and gear and stuff. You add it all together, it's like these are good runs in the grand scheme of things. Not to mention, you know, the average skill level of most players, you know? Like, I try to always remind myself, you know, that not everybody plays games as much as I do, or, you know, some of us do. Because it's easy to lose sight of things, you know? It's like, I'm always comparing myself to, you know, the top 2%, top 3%, but, like, I should not look down on myself and consider myself, you know, a bad player when I'm really not that bad. I'm not the best, but I'm not that bad. Yeah, pretty much. How dare people not play 12 hours a day? How do they not have 100 hours in a week in a video game? In every video game at that, preferably. It's unfathomable. The main reason why I usually say this is because as much as I like playing games and I like perfecting and improving and getting better for the sake of it and for myself, you see a lot of conversation online with people, just, you know, the usual, you know, half of it is just memes of get good, but like half of it is people like being unironic about it. I'm a perfectionist. If I can do better, even if what I do is good, it's not enough. Yeah, but that's the thing. There's a difference between a personal challenge and a personal drive to improve, and imposing onto others or expecting of others to play at the same level or have the same drive as you, where it becomes a problem, right? Because a lot of people, they're not content with just being good themselves or being better themselves. Like, sure, I like to challenge myself, and you know, you see me complaining like, oh my god, I did 20 seconds instead, you know, 30 seconds instead of 20 seconds. But that's a personal thing. I don't hold it against other people. But a lot of the discourse online is that kind of like, oh, 30 seconds, it's your fault, you know, kind of thing. And it's just like, dude, we're supposed to have fun, you know? Like, if it's fun for you to improve and focus on getting better, cool, awesome. But don't expect everybody to play video games like you do, because, you know, people just want to have fun. Yeah, I don't even bother with Zero. I didn't even bother with Zero. I unlocked it, but I didn't do it. Yeah, but it's not just GranBlue. It's GranBlue, it's Monster Hunter, it's a lot of games that have multiplayer and co-op. It's MMOs. It's you see this everywhere. There's just a certain degree to which player online, because of guides, because of walkthrough, because of YouTube channels covering gameplay and stuff, they kind of just expect everybody to be, connected and in the know and constantly chasing performance, when the average player just wants to play and have fun. Like, sure, if it's a competitive game and you're playing a competitive mode, that's the other thing. Because, right, if you're just playing, casual lobbies, whatever, pubs in, Apex or Valorant, it's like, it's pubs, okay? It's like people may or may not be good at it. But, like, if you're playing ranked, then sure, yes, I would expect you to care a little bit about performance because you are playing ranked. But even then, like, there's a lot of people that aren't even at the higher level that always expect others to be at a higher level. Like, you see people in silver lobbies complaining about people playing at a silver lobby level where they don't know everything, and they expect people to be at like gold or platinum. And it's like, dude, you're in a silver lobby. What did you expect? People are learning, you know? Yeah, no, I'm in the same, like, I'm in the same ballpark. It's like whether I'm hosting or I'm joining somebody's, I have the same like, well, not the same mentality, but like the same kind of like self-imposed rules. If I'm hosting, then I'll take into account who joins. If I see people that aren't very good, like, I won't I won't have high expectations. If I see people that are good, then I might be able to do higher, difficulty content. But if let's say one of the people joining the group isn't very skilled, then obviously I'm not gonna, pull them into Behemoth or Lasilius, because that would be kind of dumb. They're clearly not ready. But like, if I had two other people that are really good at the game and we wanted to carry somebody, then sure. As for me, if I joined somebody else's group, like, I'll try to be the best I can be for myself and, pull my weight, but there's a degree to which I am going to make some mistakes. Like, I'm not perfect. It's that mutual understanding and mutual respect that oftentimes is kind of lost in internet discourse, because people don't know each other and they don't care about strangers online and who's on the other side, because they are just leaving a mean-spirited comment or tweet or whatever, and they'll never see the other person again, never care about the other person. So it's easy to kind of lose yourself, and you're making a dumb comment like, oh, you're just a scrub, get good. But in reality, you're ruining somebody's day. Yeah, no, I would never play Zero without, people and friends that I can talk to, and they kind of, are either understanding of my flaws or can explain to me what to do, going into it. I have respect for other people's time, so I'm not going to go into multiplayer Zero without actually, doing it a few times first. I never do that. But I also understand that that's me, like, I have a lot of respect for people's time the same way I have for mine. So, the whole, treat others like you want to be treated yourself. I would never go into Zero blind. I would only go into Zero blind by myself or with my friends that are like, okay, let's go in, let's see what the frick this fight is about, and just whatever. We die, we're learning it. But if I go into public room for Zero, I would only do that once I've actually learned the fight and, can pull my weight. I can't promise I won't die, people die, especially in this game with the damage kind of variance that we have. People are gonna die, but you're not really gonna, quote unquote, lose the fight because of me. Yeah, I'm the same. But I also understand, when you're going into public, and there's also a different type of public. There's public. There's the other dynamic. There's public where you kind of have a room with specific kind of goals and expectations, and then there's the public which is random. Like, if you think of Final Fantasy 14 or World of Warcraft or something, like, you know, the automatic dungeon finder queue, you know, something like that, or LFR, where you get automatically queued with people. I feel like that one's a different story entirely. Like, if you're queuing for something randomly, you kind of just have to expect it. You're gonna run into people of all skill levels. If it has a automatic, you know, matchmaker, it is what it is, man. You get what you get. Like, you kind of just have to accept that, you know, some people will be new, some people might not even know why they're queuing or how they're queuing, or, you know, it is what it is. Like, that's a very different type of scenario than going into, you know, a party finder, for instance, right? That's a different dynamic, because then people, you know, have certain expectations. Like you said, zero, you don't accidentally stumble into zero, you know? If you unlocked zero and you can queue for zero, it means you beat regular Lucilius, you know? You don't accidentally just, oops, I ended up in a zero fight. But if it's random matchmaking, you kind of just, you know, like, you just have to grit your teeth, and like, when you press that Q button, you kind of understand it. What you get is what you get. And that's why, like, for random matchmaking, I honestly, like, I don't really dislike people that are not very good at the game. I usually dislike people, like you said, the ones that kind of just go like, oh, these are noobs and I'm leaving. I dislike those people more, because, again, it's a random, you know, queue. You get what you get. Yeah. I'm personally okay without doing zero. Like, there's no real reason to do zero other than bragging rights. There's nothing really. I mean, I guess Damascus Ingus, but like, it's just bragging rights. I don't really care if I do it or not in this case. One time to see how the fight is, and they accept, and after I left because too much chaos for me. Yeah, I mean, I can understand for sure. But even then, like, you know, that's the other thing. You have people that kind of understand where they are. Like, I know I'm not like the top 1% or whatever that's gonna do zero. I also don't have the patience to do that kind of stuff, and I know I don't, like, I'm not gonna invest the time necessary to learn zero. So I'm not even gonna try in the first place. But if I were to do zero, I would do it either solo, or with people that I know, and we kind of learn it together, kind of thing, is like a group learning experience. I'm doing zero. I'm doing zero. I died like 5 times. Thanks to Keg, I was still MVP. Yeah. Yeah, but that's the other thing. It's like, what do you draw? You know, what's enjoyable for you? What do you get? You know, that enjoyment out of? Is it learning? Is it doing? For a lot of people, learning to play video games isn't nearly as fun. And I understand it, because at the end of the day, you know, most people just come home after work, they're tired, they just want to play something to relax. And even if it's something more engaging or difficult, you know, there's a point at which the difficulty becomes a hindrance. Like, I like learning fights, I like learning, you know, I enjoyed playing with my friends and learning how to do, you know, double cycle Behemoth and Bahamut and stuff, and doing those sub 3, sub 4 fight, you know, runs. It was fun, but like, it's not for everybody. I get that. Yeah, I like brainless stuff. That's why I even built, you know, Lancelot, because it's really nice. You know, like, you can even tell, like, these characters are so extremely opposite to each other. You have EO, which is so mechanical and, you know, fight knowledge based, where you have to understand every fight, you have to time your dodges, you have to learn, and you have to really master the fight and difficulty. And then there's Lancelot. There's also that. And yeah, of course, yeah, Behemoth is not nearly as bad if you have have people to run it with and time your stuff. Yeah, Lucilius still takes a few runs to like see all of the mechanics, learn it. And there's also a bit of reaction time. So like you have to know what's coming first before you can do it. Zero is definitely more of a raid type, you know, fight, like in MMOs and stuff, you know, like a raid boss. It gets a little bit too extreme, and it's cool if you have a group to play it with. Like if you have a group of 30 people that you know and you like to play with constantly, then I imagine Zero can be quite fun because you're all learning together at the same time and you're all experimenting and you're trying different things out, and that's all cool. But if you're trying to do it solo or, you know, with randoms, or yeah, not really. Lucilius, I didn't do Lucilius that many times, unfortunately. I think I only did like 5 or 6 times, maybe 7 times. But I also played Lancelot because I didn't want to. Like I had finished everything by that point. By the time Lucilius came out, I had already finished my masteries and all of that kind of stuff. So I didn't really feel like grinding. Like I got the materials, I think. No, I still haven't. No, I'm short on material. I still need to craft. I still need to do Lucilius a few more times to get Dark Residue to finish World Ender. Yeah, I think I've done it. I fought Lucilius like 5 or 6 times, and I beat it like 3 times or something like that. Oh yeah, for sure. It is fun. The thing that I kind of don't like about this endgame stuff is more like the damage spikes, because like the game definitely favors high DPS comps with less supportive stuff overall. Like even Kag, as much as I love her, like because of the way people gear and they're expected to gear, some of her buffs are just wasted because they never get to do their full effect, and it's unfortunate. I'm looking forward to what they're doing with the expansion because I heard they're changing how buffs work, and if that's the case, I'm probably gonna switch. You know, not switch, but like I'm probably gonna play Kag a little bit more. I had Cagliostro leveled and geared up for my regular plays, but then once I got to endgame and I saw how people played, I was kind of like, yeah, I kind of don't see how I can make good use of Kag when everybody's already damage capping and buffs don't actually like scale or add up. You know, like it's just wasted. We'll see what they're doing with the expansion. I'm really hoping that, you know, they improve on that side of things, because buff like support characters are really fun to play. I actually play mostly support characters, believe it or not. Like I like playing DPS characters, but when I play MMOs and things like that, I do actually prefer playing healers, for instance, more than I do DPS. I like helping others more than I like, you know, being the quote-unquote, you know, the star of the show DPS kind of thing. Like I always play DPS for progression and stuff, for leveling, for whatever, because it's easier and faster. But like my preferred role is usually healers. Reach damage cap, they reach that damage cap. Pretty much, yeah. But yeah, like even my EO isn't optimized. Like I have a lot of support on my EO, and you can tell that my damage isn't where it should be just because of that. No, not skilled, it's gear. Like I got most of everything that I need on EO in terms of damage, but I also have guts, you know, from my Sealstone for crit. I got auto revive, I got potion hoarder. I do have improved guard, but that's mainly because it's on one of my I think damage cap ups. I should remove that, but I don't have anything better. But yeah, it's just like the game favors damage, and the other thing is you can skip phases, so that also incentivizes big damage as well. Mm, yeah, like that the SBA thing, that was something I wanted to do as well, but it just didn't make sense because of how everybody else plays in multiplayer. It just makes more sense to build for more damage and then maybe bring a skill like paralyze or something if you really need to push phases. Because the fact that you can push phases or like even kill bosses before certain phases, like in Bahamut, you can, you know, completely skip the last phase, like things like that. It's just it favors DPS so much that it's almost kind of counterintuitive to build any other way. No, I'm not saying I dislike the skip phasing thing. I'm just saying, like, in terms of like a design and like incentives, it does incentivize you to play like very, very aggressive with a lot of damage. Like focus damage and pump out as much damage as possible so you can skip those phases. Because if you don't have the damage, you're not skipping the phases. So that's kind of why I'm saying, like, I like it, but also it kind of leads to this kind of gameplay where everybody just builds damage because you can skip phases, and you can turn, you know, 5 minutes fights into 2-minute fights. I don't dislike it. It's just one of those things, like, you kind of just have to accept that this is how the game kind of expects you to play it to some degree. Any of the new characters you're looking forward to that, like, you really want to give a try, or are you just sticking with CAG? Does it have to have the time limit for fights, at least for objectives, and want to build something else? We'll just suffer. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, a lot of the rewards are based on time. But even that is a little bit. It's a little bit of a like a two side. Like, how should I say it? Like it's. You want damage, but you don't want too much damage, because if you have too much damage, then you can't do the side goals. Like right now, when we're doing a lot of these stages, we can't really do the side goals because we have too much damage. So we never, you know, we don't get to do, you know, destructible parts. So you don't get the guaranteed drops in some cases, because some of the requirements expect you to have more reasonable damage. Oh, I'm not talking spoilers in terms of like I figured you probably saw like the trailers and stuff, so you know the characters that are coming. I was just curious if any of the characters specifically are stuff you're looking forward to. Like, if you don't know anything, I'm not gonna say anything, but I feel like you probably already know at least the characters that are coming up because of the trailers and stuff. Oh, okay. Okay, then I'm not gonna say anything. I already know what character I want to play. Just because I like characters that, you know, use their... Like, I like monk characters. I know from Magliel. Yeah, Magliel and Galanza. Both of them are coming. So we'll have the whole trio in the expansion. Id, Magliel, and Galanza. But there's 4 more characters. There's 6 in total announced. That's all I'm saying. Don't worry, I'm not gonna spoil. I'm not gonna give specifics if you don't wanna. But yeah, we know there's 6 characters and 2 of them are Galanza and Magliel. The other 4 are characters that obviously exist in the base GranBlue game, but not here. Yeah, my biases lie in like 3 kind of like domains. Like, you know, when you go into a game, like, what are the things that usually, you know, pique your interest? And my like things that, you know, the things that really pique my interest are, number 1, ice as an element. So like characters that use ice element usually are something that I'm gonna try out before any other element. So if you know, if I have a character that uses ice like Lancelot, I'm gonna try that over something like Siegfried every single time. So like ice as an element is one of my weak points. The other one is you know, fist fighting and kicking. So like monk type characters, so like pugilists and things like that. If a character does martial arts, especially faster martial arts, so not like what's his name? You know, Agandagos. Agandagos is the slow type fist fighter. I prefer the faster type fist fighters. So that's why Agandagos is kind of not really my deal. He's too slow with his punches and stuff. I prefer characters that are fast on their feet and stuff like that. And my third bias tends to be with like sword and shield type characters. Well, specifically paladin type characters. You know, the more royal, more holy stuff. Like for me personally, from once I saw these characters, the first, like from the main cast that I initially saw, I tried out Catalina at first, but I didn't, because again she has that aesthetic of like a paladin, but I didn't quite click with her playstyle. But Io was interesting and more technical, so I kind of grew to like her. And then I saw Lancelot with ice element, and I was like, okay, I found my main, so to speak. But then Lancelot was a little bit too kind of simple, I guess, in terms of like just mechanics. So I stuck with Io for the most part, and I built Lancelot as my secondary for just cheesing and stuff like that. I love dual wielding characters. They're really fast paced. Yeah, dual wielding is nice too, but it's not really like, it's not up there like in terms of like priorities. Like if there's a dual wield character that's like fire element, and there's like a single wield character with like a sword but it's ice element is really my weak point. You know, that's the first thing I usually try. Like ice as an element, or where in GranBlue it's water, there isn't really separate ice. But like ice as an element is usually something that I gravitate towards. Monster Hunter is a weird one because I play Insect Glaive in Monster Hunter. I don't know what that says about me, but like I play Insect Glaive in that one. Although even there's like some of my favorite weapons are things like Luna Garen and Barioth and stuff like that. I just really like the ice element typing in general. And then in Final Fantasy XIV, I play a monk, but I also play a paladin. Yeah, I'm looking forward to next year as well when we get the Wilds expansion. But I really hope they do some improvements to the Insect Glaive. I really don't like the Insect Glaive in Wilds. Like, compared to World and Rise in particular, Wilds Insect Glaive makes me want to cry. I still main it. It's still my most used weapon. But it doesn't stop me from, lamenting the state of the Insect Glaive as it is. As it's not really complaining, it's more just like sad. I'm just sad. I want my Insect Glaive back. I want my fun playstyle back. Bard, but I haven't played the game much. I played like 2 and reached level 6. Yeah, no, I have a max level monk. I need to go back to it. I keep saying that I'm gonna play it, but then there's so many other games that I just kind of don't feel like, spending hundreds of hours on an MMO anymore. As much as I love it, and I do go back to it, but like I play the story, I play the content, and then usually I almost kind of play MMOs like a single player game at this point. I play the story, and then I play the seasonal events, and I do trials once, and I do raids once, and kind of that's it. The early game feels dead and empty. I don't know. I found it to be pretty filled with people. But yeah, at the same time, it's inevitable to an extent because as people, finish leveling, they don't really go back as much. They like in ARR back in 2.0 and even Heavensward, the old world was very populated, but as more expansions came out, more people ended up at higher levels, higher brackets, and also higher, new regions. And even like when they populate older content, they can only populate the old zones so many times before everybody starts hating them. But like people still do fates in old zones and stuff, but if you're a veteran, at some point you're done no matter what. Being more of a WoW player, I will refrain from speaking of World of Warcraft at this point. I have, let's just say I'm over World of Warcraft at this point. I used to love World of Warcraft back in the day. I loved it up until Pandaria, give or take. But ever since Pandaria, it's just every expansion I became more bitter with the game. I kept giving it shots. I played every expansion up to War Within. No, not War Within. What's the latest one? The Midnight, including Midnight. I played all the way up until Midnight, but I do not have many nice things to say about modern World of Warcraft. Yeah, 2008 is like TBC. Yeah. Classic TBC, basically. Yeah. That's what I had most of my fun as well. Yeah. I don't know. It's... I've just resigned myself from World of Warcraft at this point. It's one of those agree to disagree type of things. I just accept that World of Warcraft is not for me anymore. Because otherwise I just get very bitter. I tried getting back into it earlier this year in like February, March. I tried to go into Midnight with like an open mind. I tried to take it, as honestly as and earnestly as possible. I even tried Classic Anniversary. But it's just the way people play World of Warcraft and the way World of Warcraft is designed at this point. I just found myself actively resenting the game. And I stopped playing it because... there's no point to it. Like, I'm just constantly angry, whether it's on stream or offline. There's just no point. I'd rather spend my time playing something that I actually find fun than force myself to play a game that I used to love in the past. Yeah, it was a lot more social. My biggest pet peeve with World of Warcraft and even Final Fantasy XIV to an extent is that they don't really feel like MMOs anymore. They're more like live service games. And I personally make a big distinction between the two because MMOs are a space that you kind of inhabit, whereas live services are games where you do the content essentially. And also live services tend to have like a fixed cadence of content like every 2 months, every 3 months, whatever it is, depending on the game. But like you have a fixed cadence for content and you have fixed expectations of what you're going to get every single patch. And I don't think that's nearly as fun in terms of like a social experience. If you're focused on playing the content, that means the content is what matters. It's not the people, it's not the players, not the experience. Your goal is just to burn through the content as fast as possible. I mean, that is a problem too with the metas because of, data mining and content creation and min-maxing, but I really do think that a lot of the meta and stuff like that is a side effect of the live service kind of model and like this new environment where content is made to keep you in, right? So like, how should I put it? Like, imagine you're playing World of Warcraft in like 2007, right? You don't know when the next patch comes out. You don't know what content comes. You don't know what to expect in terms of catch up. You don't know when the next, whatever is happening. So you kind of just take your time and enjoy what you have because you don't really know how much time you have. But when you know exactly that you have, like, let's say in Modern WoW's case, Modern WoW, you have 3-month cycles, and every month and a half, you have a catch-up cycle where, like, everything is a lot easier to get. Now, all of a sudden, every time you play the game, you're inadvertently thinking, I'm wasting my time doing this because I'm doing it too slowly. I either do it more efficiently or I just don't play for the next 3 weeks until the catch-up hits because I'm going to be doing the same thing 3 times faster. And that's the problem with live services. It forces, or like it enables this mentality of efficient gaming more than any other genre out there. Live services are like thrive on the idea of efficiency because you know you have this much time to clear the thing while it's still relevant. And that's the other thing. Like every patch kind of makes the older stuff irrelevant in a live service model. So it's like you have to do this thing now while everybody else is doing it, or you have to do it now before the season pass is going away. You have to do it now, fast and efficient. And there, you can't really be social in an environment where like the design itself and the cadence of the content forces you to be efficient. And that's also why I don't like Modern WoW more than anything else. Like 14 suffers from this too, don't get me wrong, and at this point I'm fairly confident in calling 14 a live service as well, more so than an MMO, because it has all like the typical signs of a live service. But at the very least, 14 feels a little bit more social because of the way it handles like random roulettes and mentor system with like, you know, the bonus rewards when you have like a returning player, you have a sprout, things like that, or somebody that's doing a dungeon for the first time. So it does have a little bit more social to it, but it still like follows the same kind of live service element of like, okay, here's the patch, here's the new raid that you have to do. You do this raid, the old raid doesn't matter anymore, the old content doesn't matter, the old gear doesn't matter. You are here. This is the new starting line. And that for me, like, it invalidates a lot of like the appeal of MMOs. As I always say, like when it comes to MMOs, you want to waste your time, you don't want to have your time wasted. And with live service, you constantly feel like you're wasting your time if you're not playing efficiently. I want to waste my time, but I want to do it myself. Like that, it's a choice to, play a game for 10 hours because it's fun. It's not a choice to be playing every single week for 4 hours, just doing chores before I can have fun. And that is a very big distinction. That choice is missing. Because if I want to not miss out on the content, where everything is kind of built with this FOMO in mind, I have to be efficient. Like if I was playing an MMO, what we're doing right now, chatting and jumping around, this would be a waste of my time, right? Because I have a timer over my head. It's like, oh, it's Tuesday, reset is tomorrow, Wednesday is usually reset day, I haven't finished something, I can't just sit around and do nothing. Because I have to finish before, I lose the chance to get the rewards or whatever. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it just builds very bad habits, and you can't be social in an environment where everything demands efficiency from you. Even the casual stuff requires efficiency of you. You have to do, like in World of Warcraft, you have to do your 4 delves and your 4 whatever and your this and that to get your vault, and then you have to do this and that to get your other thing. Because that's what the game basically tells you. If you don't do this, you're missing out. And also doesn't allow you to really take your time to learn a fight. Because again, you have that timer over your head, right? You have the new raid. Well, guess what? You have exactly 3 months to finish it in World of Warcraft. You have exactly 3 months to finish the raid on whatever difficulty you want to play it. If you're just, if you're somebody that wants, takes it more casually and just, is fine with just experiencing the raid for just the story, then sure, you're gonna get it done no problem in no time at all. But like, if you care about the difficulty, you have a timer over your head. You have to be efficient about your gearing. You have to be efficient about your time, because in 3 months' time, that content is obsolete. Why? Because all the gearing process resets, and your gear right now becomes the baseline. So if you try to do that raid 2 weeks after the new patch comes out, it's going to be a walk in the park, because your power just skyrocketed 30%. So it's like, okay, this is all news. This content is useless. This gear is useless. Everything in this raid is useless, because it's all about content nowadays. That's what that's the different dynamic now. Don't really have much of a choice. That's why I'm saying, like, in a lot of ways, MMO as a genre is dead. MMO is like a massive multiplayer online experience isn't, because it got replaced by live services. Every MMO nowadays is a live service. 14 is a live service. WoW's a live service. Like, the only MMOs still on the market are the old MMOs from yesteryear. You know, your Ultimas, your RuneScapes, your whatever. Those are the only games that are kind of still MMOs at this point. Every new MMO that calls itself an MMO is really just a live service. Yeah, it's just, that's just kind of how it is now. And I've unfortunately had to come to terms with that myself. I used to love MMOs. I used to play a lot of MMOs. I used to play multiple MMOs at once and jump between them, depending, you know, on which one has what content. And I felt, you know, I was comfortable playing multiple MMOs and just experiencing the world and taking my time, and sometime playing one MMO, you know, for 50 hours in a week. But now it's live service. It's just like, it feels like a chore. Like, every time I boot up my computer, I have to think, okay, did I do my dailies? Did I do my weeklies? I need to do this today. Before I get to have fun, I have to do this thing first. And it just, I'm over it. That's mostly why I play single player games. Like, the closest I have to live service games that I'm enjoying myself right now is games like this and games like Monster Hunter. You know, games where they have updates to an extent, to a tail end, but I'm also perfectly comfortable, you know, finishing the base game and then coming back to it in a year once all the patches have come out. Like, I don't feel the need, and I don't feel forced to play it every single month. I'm just having fun with the game on my own terms. Yeah, and that's the other thing. The World of Warcraft in particular really does feel less and less like a living world. And part of it is that live service model, because people don't have the patience. You don't see as many people just hanging about. Yeah, exactly. With GranBlue, you can play it solo, and with Monster Hunter as well. You don't need to play co-op, but you can play co-op, and it's fun to play with people and friends and pick it up when everybody wants to play it or whatnot. Like, me and my friends, we went back to World at one point. We're probably gonna go back to Rise at one point. We'll go back to Wilds when the expansion comes out. But, like, we're not married to any particular game. And that's also the thing, right? Because the way these games are, they don't have multiple patches and multiple expansions and multiple updates, and they don't come at fixed intervals. You can just take your time and you don't fall behind, because there is no falling behind as a concept. And that is the beauty of it. You take your time and you have fun. You play with whatever character you want, you build whatever character you want at your own pace, and you just have fun with it. And if you don't feel comfortable playing with other people, or you're not sure, you know, if you can handle your own, you don't play multiplayer. Or if you need, you know, friends that can carry you. But by and large, you choose when and how to play it. There's not really a wrong way. I mean, there is always a quote-unquote wrong way if you want to, you know, break it down too much. Like we were talking about, you know, Zero earlier. And, like, if you're not ready for Zero, you shouldn't be going into Zero. But by and large, there's no wrong way to play the game. You just take your time and have fun. Yeah, but that's in part because again the game is designed around that leveling curve. There is no leveling curve in World of Warcraft. Like you level from 1 to max level in a day. You know, there is no leveling curve. There is no content as part of like the journey. There is no journey. There's endgame. And you do whatever you can to get to endgame as fast as possible because that's when the game begins. And then there's, like I said, the patches. It's like, oh, it's too late into a patch. I have to gear up. No, you don't. You just wait 2 more weeks before, or 3 more weeks or whatever, whenever you start playing. You wait 3 weeks for the reset, and now you're at baseline with everybody else. There is no, like, you know, degrees of, like, gear progression or anything. It's just the season. There's just the season. There's just the new zone. Everything else exists in the world, but everything else is pointless in the world. That's why I'm saying, like, at least 14 still makes use of its world. It's not like the best use of the world in every single scenario, but at least it makes use of the world. Every zone still has some use case. Every zone has materials that are useful at end game, so to speak, because you have things like glamour, right? And you have like the shiny weapons from like the trials, which you can actually craft, right? Like usually a patch or 2 later, you can craft those weapons. So like even old content remains useful. Even old content becomes played by people. You can level sync, which again keeps the content a little bit more relevant and fun to do. Old content still gives you things like tomestones, so you're still incentivized to do old content. Old fates still give you experience, so if you're leveling a new class, it doesn't matter, you know, which zone you're leveling, you're level syncing and getting good XP regardless. Like, at the very least, if Final Fantasy XIV, even though it is more of a live service at this point, in terms of its design, at least it still tries to keep some of its MMO roots alive to an extent. Yeah. Like nowadays, World of Warcraft's all just about teleporting around from, you know, you go to Orgrimmar or Stormwind, you got 20 portals, and then you got 50 other toys that also act as teleporters, and then you have your Hearthstone, and then you have your mage with teleporters, and the world basically is non-existent. On top of the fact that leveling is basically so fast now, and everybody just levels through the latest zones, that like 90% of the world just exists for the sake of existing, because removing it would just be, you know, probably more of a hassle than anything else. But like, even if you're like a new player, like at least in Final Fantasy XIV, you have the story and you have the progression from one expansion to the other. So you can level through the story, you level through the zones. You know, you get resources for those particular expansions, for like a gear, for transmog, for whatever. But like in WoW, it's like you don't even do any of the other zones. You only really do Dragonflight, I think, is what pretty much everyone unanimously agrees is the fastest way to level before the current expansion. And then for the last 10 levels, you just do the current expansion. Any other zone, there's no point doing it. And because of the way level scaling works in the game now, most of those older zones aren't even good to do, because you level up faster than you get rewards from quests. Because most of those old quests didn't have, like, if you remember, you know, not every quest had rewards. Not every quest gave you armor and stuff like that. So you could go, you know, 10, 20 quests without a quest reward. And because you're leveling so fast now, like, you're constantly under-geared. So there's no point to do any other expansion other than Dragonflight. Because in Dragonflight, you get rewards from almost every quest. So you don't really fall that behind in terms of gear. You also have things like world quests and stuff like that. So you're at the very least keeping your gear up to par while you're leveling. So 90% of World of Warcraft is just there for all time's sakes to you kind of like, you know, walk in a park and say, oh my god, I'm in a park right now. That's all there is with those old zones. They don't repopulate them in any way. They don't make use of them. And in the rare occasion where they do reuse the old zones, it's just phasing. It's just phasing. Like, you can't even experience the zone itself with like new stuff in it. It's just a different version of the same zone. Yeah, you just get weaker. Yeah. It's why, like, World of Warcraft at this point is really just a game for World of Warcraft players. It really doesn't accommodate anybody else. Like, if you like World of Warcraft and you play World of Warcraft as it's intended, you're gonna have fun. If you're anybody else with any kind of other expectations from the game, I struggle to recommend World of Warcraft to anybody, honestly, at this point. Like, I cannot think of anybody that would want to subject themselves to World of Warcraft as an experience if they don't already know about World of Warcraft and are already playing it. It's unfortunate, because like I said, I used to love WoW. I don't even know how many tens of thousands of hours in that game. I easily have over 10,000 hours played in World of Warcraft, if not more. I raided in that game. I did, you know, Realm First races back in Wrath and Kata and Pandaria. I play the game a lot, but it's just not anymore for me. It's a different game. You can't consider it the same game because it isn't. Like, it's the same game in the sense of, like, when I log into World of Warcraft right now and I look at my achievements or like my pet collection or my mount collection or things like that, or I look in my vault, I can see the history of it. Like, I can see all of the items and, you know, strings of text or the armor pieces or the legendaries or whatever. So I can tell it's the same game. But in terms of like how it feels to play the game, it's not. It's something else entirely. There's like almost nothing of the original DNA of the game. And the unfortunate part is that it's not just retail WoW, it's classic WoW as well, because of the way people have been conditioned to play it, and because of also that this new updated, like, almost strict cadence of like every 2 months we release a new phase. Like, even classic WoW doesn't feel like classic WoW. It's a race through the content. You rush to gear up, you know, to level up, you rush to gear up, you beat the raid, and then you wait for the next patch, which will come out in about 10 weeks, give or take. So, like, even classic WoW doesn't feel good to play in terms of, like, a social dynamic. Like, there's more than retail, for sure, but you can see a lot of it being kind of, like, ruined or, like, you know, rotted out, so to speak, by the modern live service design. You have your patch phase every 10 weeks, give or take, that you prepare everything. You also know when it's coming, which means everybody's kind of, you know, try-harding to grind things or buy things or, you know, level professions in a certain way for the new patch. And then it's like, well, you're not really playing an MMO. You're playing classic WoW the same way you're playing retail WoW. You're playing the patch and prepping for the next patch. And it's unfortunate. The moment so people already are pre-made road to follow. Yeah, pretty much. You got your add-ons that tell you exactly where to go and how to level. You have all your gold making guides. Everybody's in the same zones grinding for the same things. And it's unfortunate. Because I don't want to be angry, but whenever I think of World of Warcraft, I can't help but like get miserable. Like, a part of me wants to hope that the Classic Plus thing that they kept talking about, Saw people playing Classic well with that add-on. They told them minus one question. Yeah. There's like two of them. I keep forgetting. Rested XP is one of them. That's one that's also very often advertised by a lot of Classic WoW players. Yeah. It's sad. Like, a part of me is looking forward to and hoping and coping that Classic Plus is gonna be interesting, but it's modern Blizzard, it's modern game design, it's modern live service mentality. It's probably not gonna be made and designed with, like, quote-unquote classic values in mind. It's probably gonna end up just being another live service form. I really hope I'm proven wrong, but I'm pretty confident at this point to say that Classic Plus is just going to be another live service game, not an MMO. Definitely not Classic in the classic sense. And the worst part of it is that this kind of design starts influencing you as well. I was reflecting on it just the other week, the other day I should say, after last week, because I was playing last week. I was playing Tales of Arise, and as much as I enjoyed playing the game, like, I'm not complaining about my playthrough of the game. I had fun with it for what it was, but I looked back and I realized that I was playing the game with the same type of mindset. Even though, like, I don't like this type of mindset, I was just, like, going through the objectives. Like, where's the quest marker? Pick up the quest, get the quest done. Pick up the quest, get up the quest done. Next quest, okay, got done all the quests. Move on to the next story. Do the story. Upgrade your weapons. Do the next quests. Do all the side quests. Complete all the side quests. Go back to main story. Upgrade all your gear. It just, I was playing the game mechanically to a degree that, like, I still enjoyed my game because I was paying attention to it, but there was this kind of subconscious effect, you know, after playing live services for so long, live service games, like, I started thinking about video games and playing games in that kind of, like, mindset. And even while playing this game right now, like, you know, when I'm playing with you guys and stuff, like, a part of me is afraid to even stop and chat like we are right now, because I feel like, oh, well, I'm sure everybody wants to be efficient and do stuff, right? And that's why, kind of, like, at first I was like, okay, what do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do? I don't want to waste your time, because I know everybody's just about not wasting your time. It's like, there's no sitting around and smelling the roses. And even I fall prey to it sometimes. Even though I'm conscious about it and I'm actively fighting against it, even I fall into the trap of, like, okay, now we gotta go. Okay, we it's been half an hour. We haven't done any dungeons. We need to do something because we need to be efficient with our time. You know, it's frustrating. Yeah, exactly. Like, now when I play, I do something that is not efficient. I'm thinking, why am I doing this? Yeah, and I hate it. I really do. Like, I do enjoy just chatting with people and, like, sure, I want us to do dungeons and content and whatnot, but I want us to do it because we want to do it and because it's fun. But I also want us to be able to stop and just chat and, you know, talk about the characters or the story or whatever. It doesn't have to constantly be just go, 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 go. And I'm forcing myself to remind myself that every single day, and it's tough because when everybody just goes fast, like, you feel compelled and forced to go fast as well. Yeah, achievements can be fun, but even that one, to an extent, like, sometimes feels inorganic. You know what I mean? Like, it becomes a different type of efficiency if you're not careful. Because I had the same thing. I was like, okay, I'm gonna follow achievements to do things that are quote unquote inefficient and stuff. But then that becomes its own kind of like efficiency list of like checklist. Okay, I have to do the achievements. What achievements are there? What do I have to do for every achievement? Well, if I do this thing efficiently, I can knock 3 achievements out of the park at once. Or like if I need to do this achievement, then I have to do this thing first, because you know it's more effective to do this thing at max level, let's say, versus trying to do it now. And it's like it's very easy to like fall into that trap of like efficiency without even realizing it. And the thing is, like, to an extent it makes sense, right? Like when you're trying to play a game, you're trying to solve the game. So a part of it is that drive for efficiency, right? Like when you're trying to learn a game, to be better at the game, that is in itself a form of efficiency. But that's what I was mentioning earlier. Like there's a difference between the drive to be good at the game because you want to be good at the game, and that kind of like external factor that forces you to be good at the game because everybody else kind of expects you to be good at the game. Like I don't mind running Behemoth back to back in order to get better or improve or whatever. But at the same time, I don't want to run Behemoth back to back because that's the best way to farm materials. You know what I mean? Like that's that distinction of like, I want to waste my time versus I feel like I'm wasting my time or having my time wasted. Mm. Mm. You haven't been efficient for a moment, and after you know you will not be 100% efficient, so you don't have the expectation of being efficient. To an extent, yes, but also, again, there's that influence around you every time you pick up a game, especially if it's like a popular game or a game that everybody's talking about and playing. It can very easily, like, subconsciously or like subtly get influenced by it. Like everybody, let's say, Endless Ragnarok, right, comes up on the 9th, and you start playing on the 9th, and all of your friends prioritized, rushing through the story and are now at endgame and starting to grind without you. Like, you kind of feel compelled to play faster because you don't want to be left behind, because they'll finish the game before you and then they'll probably quit before you or something. I know that's fine, but that's more like the flow state, right? That's what I mean. Like that's more about you getting in the groove of things and then having a good time, enjoying yourself, going through the repetition and the flow, because it's fun to optimize and it's fun to like get it better and better and better. But it's like you don't feel forced to do 40 Behemoth run in a row because that's the only thing that you can do or should do at this point in time. Like that was a little bit of a difficult thing for me as well, trying to think like what should I do, because back in my in the back of my head I was like, the only thing that mattered to me in terms of progression where I'm right now in the game are Behemoth and Lucilius. Anything else that I do that isn't Behemoth or Lucilius technically is a waste of time. It's not, but like you inadvertently end up in that kind of loop. Yeah, it's definitely one of the frustration, but it's one of those things where, like I said, the live service model kind of builds certain habits, and that's part of the reason why a lot of the this mentality of like there's nothing to do comes from, because to an extent these games have conditioned players to always expect something new, right? Because like Destiny is a good example. Destiny 2 is a very, very good example of this, because the game started working on this live service model. It started kind of like more like an MMO back in the day, but it by Destiny 2 and especially by year 2/3, it became more of this live service model where every single 3 months you had a patch and every year you had an expansion. And through this model, you're basically forced into a loop of we need to create a lot of content to, you know, put out every 3 months. But because we need to put out content every 3 months, you get in this vicious cycle of we need more people to make the content fast enough to put it in this space of time. But also because we're having so many people and we have to do so much content, we need to charge people more money. So now we charge people more money, but not enough people buy it, so we need to monetize it harder. And you get in this vicious cycle of like you're creating a lot of content that doesn't actually matter and people, broadly speaking, don't enjoy, but you have to because you've conditioned people that you need them to be around every month, every week. You have your weeklies, your monthlies, your season pass. And it becomes a vicious cycle. And now, you know, a lot of people are conditioned, yes, to run out of content because they know that the patch only has so many weeks in it. You have to do your stuff as fast as possible so that you don't get left behind, or, you know, God forbid you paid for a season pass, you have to finish it, so you have to play every week because you don't want to waste the resource, you know, all your time, or, you know, miss out on the rewards that you paid for. So you end up in this vicious cycle where you have more people working on more content than ever before, but people never have enough because you've conditioned them that way. So people say there's never enough content. Of course there's never enough content because realistically, by the numbers, people will always consume content faster than takes you time to make it. It's just a reality. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's eating, you know, and food, whether it's something else. It will always take more time to make the thing than it is to consume it. You spend 3 months making this content and people will finish it in 2 weeks. And then they go on the loop of efficiency to grind everything else out. Yeah, exactly. That's also why I'm kind of like over live service type games and focus more on single player games. Because I don't feel like my time is wasted and the effort I put in is wasted. I got my EO, she's built, and sure I can, you know, tweak things around and make her a little bit better, but by and large, she's as good as she can get for this point in the game, and I don't have to worry that in 3 months I have to rebuild her again. It's just, in 3 months I'm just gonna have to relearn how to play EO again, but that's a different story. And same with like Monster Hunter as well. It's like, you know, obviously to an extent it's a little bit different because it does have, you know, title updates for the first year. But by and large, it's the same thing. You know, I come back and my character is as strong as it should be and used to be. And I just continue from where I left off. And like, instead of being, you know, 100% done with the content, I'm now 90% done. And I just have to do the last 10%. But I don't feel like I have to, you know, all my progress is reset and all my work goes out the drain. I just do the new stuff because that's the new stuff and I experience it, and then I go back and do the same stuff all over again. And it's just fun to play video games. That's the thing, like, to an extent, live service games don't encourage you to play the game. They encourage you to kind of like math the game and like, you know, work the game. Like, wow, what I hate is that even if you have 10,000 hours on a class, the next expect they can have changed 90% of your class. Now you know how to play it, so you have to Oh yeah, that is probably my biggest, like, to an extent, I'm okay with that in MMOs, like I said, with an expansion, because there is a point to be made, you know, if you think back to like old World of Warcraft, where like, you know, you had your druids that were basically useless for the entirety of classic WoW because of the way buffs worked, because of the way, you know, their mana pool worked and scaling. Like, there's a degree to which I'm okay with, you know, rebalancing and stuff like that in MMOs, because you need to do that in order to keep things fresh. but like I don't like the modern model where again it's live servicey, where every like it's not like you're saying, oh, the next expansion, that's fine. What about next week? Like you're playing your, I don't know, let's say rogue or mage in World of Warcraft, and then in 2 weeks time they release a hotfix or a balance change, and all of your spells get readjusted or whatever, and now you have to relearn all of your rotations again 2 weeks later, and then a month later they do another balance patch, or like we know the next patch when it comes out in 3 months, there's a whole tuning pass all across the board. So now you have to relearn your whole class, and you're relearning your class basically every other month. Now that's excessive. Like once a year is one thing when the expansion comes out, right? When Endless Ragnarok comes out, you bet you're gonna have to relearn how to play Cagliostro to an extent, because you're gonna be getting some new abilities, and you'll be getting some new sigils, and your overmasteries. So you will have to relearn how to play Cagliostro 2 years later. But it's very different to having to constantly relearn every single patch. Every patch, every mid patch, they can balance it, and you have to change your whole spec. Exactly. That is just messed up, honestly. Because like that also reinforces that whole idea of like you're playing the patch. You have to be on point. That's why you have to be efficient, because you can't come in 2 months later and expect to know how to play your class, because they've changed everything about your class or your spec. So you have to play it right now and read about it right now and gear it up right now before they change it and maybe nerf it or whatever, because it was maybe too good. And that's also why World of Warcraft is constantly, the whole flavor of the month thing with people re-rolling classes every patch or whatever to whatever is the strongest for Mythic Plus or for Mythic rating. Because it's like, you gotta take advantage and abuse what's strong while you can before they nerf it. Yeah, that too. The talent tree reworks. It's tedious. It's just tedious. That's what I mean. You're not playing a game. You're working a second job, and it's just not fun. Like, sure, for the people like your Team Liquids or whatever that are competitive raiders and whatnot, and you get paid to play the game. Sure, that might not be a problem, because again, it's literally your job. But for everybody else, like, it's not a game anymore. It's a second job. Yeah. And that's also why I like games like Monster Hunter. Because for all intents and purposes, let's say, like, I mentioned earlier, I don't really like how the Insect Glaive plays in Wilds. It sucks, but it is what it is. I can still go back to World or Rise and play that Insect Glaive that I love. The Insect Glaive as Rise is still there. I might not like the one in Wilds, but I have the one in Rise. I can go back and play Rise, and I still have the cool version that I like. It doesn't completely get invalidated because, of balance patch 27 of expansion 14. And that does remind me that I really want to go play Rise again. Probably later this year I'll go back to playing Rise, because I really miss Rise. Okay. Okay. I'm probably gonna do the same. Grab something real quick and refresh. So I'm gonna AFK like 3 minutes, 5 minutes as well. So see you in 5 at most. Enjoy your food in the meantime. Okay, I'm back to. I had to reset as well because I realized I haven't gotten up since I started streaming like 5 hours ago. So needed to get up as well and freshen up a little bit. Get something to drink and all of that. But yeah, I'm trying to, you know, better myself as well in terms of like gaming habits, because it's very easy to fall into the trap of like modern kind of like expectations of gaming and stuff. I'm trying to slow down a little bit and enjoy the ride. Lately, like even during my streams, sometimes I kind of just fall into the trap of like efficiency, because I can't help but think like, oh, if I'm not going fast, or if I'm not playing well, or if I'm not doing something, if you know, efficiently, or I don't look good playing or whatever, people are gonna judge me. And it's like, I know I shouldn't think like that, but it's hard not to think about that sometimes. Let's forget we talked about. Let's go farm 50 behemoth now. I mean, if you want to, sure. But I'm playing Lancelot. I am not playing EO on behemoth. I am not doing that. I pretty much made up my mind on that. Behemoth this year. I don't know how good my NPCs are though, in the grand scheme of things. I mean, I've beaten it before. I think my time is usually around 6 minutes, I think, give or take, when I play Lancelot with my party. So it's not too bad. Maybe I did that a little bit too early. Oh, I guess I do have that sigil on Rackham. That doesn't heal him. Come on. The Rackham. That way we delay it as much as possible. Boom. Mm-hmm. 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 Let me hit your horns, please. Mm-hmm. 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 Ah, not enough. Not enough. In time. Seriously, he jumped right then through him. Mm-hmm. Stand still. Mm-hmm. Okay, he's dead. Bye bye, Behemoth. Bye bye, Behemoth. Perfect guards. No, thank you. I love Lancelot. Yeah. Perfect guard is not nearly as good as perfect dodge. The fact that the guard can break. Yeah, exactly. Like, ideally you want to hold your guard while you're dodging just in case you mess up your dodge. But, like, you're never gonna block instead of dodging. You're blocking in case dodge fails. Because you can only block so much before it breaks and you get hit anyway. And since it's damage based, you know, there's a threshold for it. You know, some attacks you can't even block through. Unless you build for heavy block. Like, I'm sure there's some characters that probably make use of Perfect Guard. But by and large, I don't think Perfect Guarding is nearly as good. Blocking charge. I mean, you can get the same effect by just fight over flight, you know? With dodge SBA, you can do the same thing but with dodging. And it's, broadly speaking, better. Bitty Papo. Flight over Fight, I think is from Curios. I think it was from Curios. I could be misremembering, but I think it's from Curios. Either that or it's from Transmarvel, but I'm fairly sure it's from Curios. I could be wrong. Actually, I can look it up. But I'm right, I think it's from, yeah. Oh, and apparently you can also get it from Behemoth if you break his horns. Yeah, you can potentially also get them from Behemoth if you break the horns. But fight over fight. Yeah, it's from Curios. It's from Curios. It's from Curios, but it can also potentially drop from Behemoth if you break his horns. Yeah, it's just Curio RNG. If you have a bunch of them, you could go and appraise them to see if you want to. I know I have a few of them because I like I said, back in the day, I farmed and grinded quite a lot because of all the Behemoth and all the Bahamut stuff. I think I have a bunch. I even sold some of them. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 flight over fight. God, it's crazy. At least one of those probably came from Behemoth, and I just don't remember. But yeah, Curios is your best bet at this point in time. But at the same time, it doesn't matter too much for 2 reasons. One is because we know they're going to be rebalancing things. So it's very likely, it's very possible that the Lancelot build may not work anymore. It's not for sure. So it may or may not get broken in a week from now. But more importantly, even if it doesn't get broken, in a week from now, you'll be able to farm them much more easily. I got a few sub 5s, but honestly, I don't even know where I got most of my sub 5s from. Some of them are Behemoth. Again, horns. If you break the horns at Behemoth, a lot of the good ones come from Behemoth. So you break its horns, you get the good stuff. But yeah, I got a few sub 5s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't tell you how many of these are from drops and how many from curios, but and it's only the regular ones. It's not pluses, of course. Honestly, I probably should have stopped doing that because I started mixing. I'm by default selling all 5s that I probably shouldn't. I probably should stop doing that. Because for the last few days, I've been selling all the legendaries with one trait, which is kind of dumb because sub 5s and stuff fall in that category. But it's just because I have so many damage caps and stuff, and even a few sub 5s, I just didn't care to really save at this point. Curios don't work like that. Curios are based on tier of difficulty. So basically, all curios that you acquire, the drops and rewards are based on like the highest tier of difficulty that you've kind of unlocked and stuff. It's not based on like where the individual curios coming from. So like if you unlocked proud mode and you have done proud mode, all of your curios rewards will be proud level. Will have that proud difficulty loot pool, so to speak. Sub 5 is base game. So you can absolutely get flight over fight and sub 5 from curios, like from because those are in the base game loot pool. So as long as you've reached proud difficulty, you know every curio you get after you've done like I think like if you've done Proto Bahamut and you know Pieta, basically every curio you get at this point, like every curio you got today, for instance, playing with me, those all have the chance. They don't have to be specifically curio drops from Behemoth. You just have to be at the difficulty for that loot pool. So basically everything we did today, doesn't matter what difficulty, they all fall into the proud difficulty loot pool. So every curio today has a chance to potentially be sub 5 or flight over fight. Oh, pluses are very rare, even like in general. Like for sub 5 and flight over fight and some of these, like the chance for a plus is something like 1 in 10,000 or some dumb number like that. So like when it comes to sub 5 specifically, flight over fight and some of these like very rare ones, like don't even expect pluses, honestly. If you want to get a plus, you may as well just you know, like edit your save file or whatever, your, you know, scum rolls or whatever, because you're not gonna see those normally. I remember somebody did a test when the game came out, something like that, and they opened like 4,000 curios, like 4,000 proud level difficulty curios, and he got like 1 sub 5 plus in all of that, or 2 in 4,000 curios. So like, don't bother, don't even think about it. It's not worth it to even think about it. Sub 5 is one of those like, oh my god, it happened kind of thing. It's Christmas. So on Behemoth specifically, like the drops from breaking the horns, those have a slightly higher chance. I'm talking about the Curio specifically. when you do Behemoth and you break his horns, the odds of getting sub 5 plus and some of these like more beneficial curios with plus on them, that's possible. Sigils, I should say. But I'm talking specifically curios. Curios have a very low chance of getting you the pluses for those. So if you pop all your curios, you will get some sub 5s and flight over fight and some of the other really rare ones. But the odds of getting a plus from those is basically non-existent. If you want to farm sub 5s and flight over fight pluses and stuff like that, you basically just want to run Behemoth with a focus on breaking horns every single time. That's the only real way. Behemoth and I think some of the higher ones, I don't really know the loot pool for every single one. I know Lucilius has some sigils that fall into its category of loot pool. But I don't remember. Tyranny Life Online damage cap. Those are the only ones that are displayed as rewards. Obviously, there's more than the ones displayed. But yeah, Life on the Line comes from here. You can get Tyranny pluses. You can get damage cap 5 pluses as well from here. Damage cap plus from Lucilius as well. Spartan Echo from some of the other ones. What else? Quick Charge, Berserker Echo. Yeah. Super Ultimate Perfect Dodge plus. Super Ultimate Perfect Dodge? Wait, what? Do I have something like that? Probably not. What even is that? I don't even think I've seen that or heard of it. Also, remember to check Cero Carte's sigils, because he does have some good sigils. Like Super Ultimate Perfect Dodge is one that he has. I didn't even know about this. Shortens perfect dodge timing when up, but greatly boosts damage cap during invincibility. But it doesn't stack with Flight over Fight or Improved Dodge. These ones were introduced with Lucilius, so I would, and based on the drops, Horn of Bahamut, right, Lunar Canaan White Bloom, it probably drops from Lucilius or something. It is one of those that would got introduced with Lucilius. Same, like these three. So you probably got it from a Lucilius skill, most likely. Either Behemoth or Lucilius, but my money's on Lucilius because the one on Shirokarte requires Lucilius's flowers to purchase. So most likely it was added with Lucilius. Although I can't remember, was Behemoth and Lucilius added at the same time? I don't think so, right? First it was Behemoth and then Lucilius? Maybe I misremember. Like, it's been so long, I honestly don't remember. Could be either way, but the one on Shirokarte specifically does require the flowers from Lucilius to buy. So at the very least, if you want to buy the regular version, you will have to do Lucilius. And rank Reliance, I think. Rancor Lance was... I think Rancor Lance was one of the drops from Behemoth. Nice glowy weapons. Pretty glowy weapons. What even is my profile like? Favorite character? Most used character for questing EO 730 times. Cagliostro 159 times. I didn't even realize I played her that much. I know I played a lot of Rackham mainly because of Slimepede. Gamma? Damage cap plus... Stamina Tyranny skill, Assault... Combo booster, supplement, sup damage, makes sense. Berserker Echo, makes sense. War Elemental, improved dodge by cooldown can scale up the portion. Warrior Gamma. Enhance damage. Oh. I don't even know how to build Cagliostro at this point. Some things have such a low RNG chance to appear that you either full focus on one character or have okay-ish characters. Yeah. Yeah, those good right stones basically come from the like, what was it? The Trans Marvel. So you just grind whatever shit, you know, stack that Trans Marvel as high as possible, and then start saves coming. I think they are doing that for the expansion. I remember reading an interview where they said something, again, I'm not trying to give spoilers or anything, so don't worry, I'm holding off on anything specific. But they did talk about, like, kind of seeing how players play the game, and they kind of realized that, you know, the people were spending too much time, you know, just putting characters together or something like that, and instead of, like, just enjoying the characters. So that was part of the reasoning why they also introduced they're introducing a new mode for grinding, which is sort of a roguelike mode that you can more easily kind of build your characters, so that you spend less time on building characters and more on playing and mastering them. As for what that means in practice, we don't know exactly, but it does sound like they kind of understood that, hey, the RNG and like the build craft, like the building the character, putting the pieces together was too much, and they want to focus more on the build crafting side of things, where you can more easily get the things you want and put them together, rather than spending a lot of time just getting pieces and putting together whatever you can. So we'll see how that goes in a week from now, but I think we should have an easier time getting some of the things in the expansion. Also, the Ascension weapons, for instance, they did mention one thing, that if you do... the only thing they mentioned was that when you do Bahamut, in addition to your regular RNG thing where it drops, it will also drop like a currency or something that you can just go to Shirokarte and trade it for the Ascension weapon of your choice. So that should all speed it up considerably, right? Like you're gonna have your RNG drops, but you can also focus target what you want. So you get what you want either very fast as an RNG or as a as a safety net. Yeah, so we should see some improvements across the board. The thing is, I'm with you. I'm on board with you. Like, dude, counting down the days, 8 days. It can't come fast enough, and it bugs me a little bit that they didn't really release the patch notes or anything like a little bit early in advance. They said they're gonna release the patch notes or whatever, like the day of or something like that, or a day before. So we have to wait until literally next week on like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that, before we know some of the changes. But like, I kind of want them to release them now. And it's like, I know you said you don't want to get spoiled, and I respect that, but like for me, I want to have that at least to keep me going, because I'm just counting down the days, and it's like there's only so many times I can run Behemoth or Lucilius or Pieta right now before not necessarily getting bored, but it's like getting anxious, you know? It's like, at least give me something to read, give me something to think about and mull over. It's like, oh, how can I do what, like what improvements come to Lancelot, what improvements come to EO, stuff like that. Just give me something. I'm like a drug addict right now, just like, give me my fix, give me something. I have to wait a whole week. Give me something, let me in. I just need something. Like I can't wait for the patch notes and for the update. It's so long to wait. I'm holding off on using my curios though at this point. Just in case they change them for the better. But it could also change them for the worse. I don't know. Or they replace them with a new set of curios or something. So, I don't know. But like, I just need some more info at this point. I can't help it. I really want more details. Yeah, I'm surprised that the pricing isn't up yet, isn't it? I thought they said I thought they changed it. I thought they listed the price somewhere. Maybe it was on their site or something. I think the prices got updated. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. No details. Yep, still no pricing. I'm pretty sure they announced it on their website though, or something at some point. Mm-hmm. And this Ragnarok price. Apparently it's supposed to be 30. It's going to be 30 if you already own the game. Or 60 as a new bundle. Because I think they're reducing the price of the base game. If I'm not mistaken. Or if, maybe they already have. Oh no, they reduced it to 40. Yeah, obviously there's gonna be like the special edition. Like the standard's probably 30 and then the special edition's probably gonna be 40, 50, 60, and it gives you some random stuff on top because they always do that. But yeah, the base version should be 30 according to everything that I can find. It should be 30. Yeah, it's gonna be 60 bucks for the whole thing combined. But if you're upgrading from the base version, it's gonna be 30, yeah. Oh, the special edition is 55, yeah. It's 30 for the base. So it's 30 base if you're upgrading from the base version, and it's 55 if you want to buy the special edition. It's only on their website, but I don't recommend you go looking for it because it does contain, you know, info about the expansion, and you said you don't want to see those stuff. So don't go looking for it. Special edition. I mean, they probably will do at least one of those. Who knows? It's too early to tell. Yeah, but I'm surprised they didn't update it on Steam though. Like it's still they mention it on their own website on the Cygames page, you know, website, but it isn't updated on Steam for some reason. From what I can tell, it's nothing. Like you're not missing out on anything in particular. Like you get some, you get for instance the items from like Lucilius and Behemoth to unlock, you know, Sandalphon and the characters. That's one of the things I noticed. Let me see, because it was mentioned on Steam. So yeah, you get some skin colors, you know, variations for the captain, and then you also get things like 5 Azurite Splendors, 3 Kanon White Blooms, 6 Supreme Weapon Essences. Basically, you can unlock Seophon Tui and then Sandalphon. And then you get some skin, you know, color variations, the Captain Eid and Sandalphon, and you also get some of the stuff from like the previous real DLC collection, You get the Ignition Pack, Weapon Fall, Sword of the Apocalypse, which is just a glamour, if I'm not mistaken, for Captain Sword. You get some glitter kit, crystals, blah, 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 color packs. That's the only one that's kind of relevant, and some emotes. So, broadly speaking, it's not worth it. Like, I would only get the special edition if you're like me and you want to support the game and the developers. I don't really see the... Like, there's nothing here that's pay to win or, like, worth purchasing. Like, if you really want to, you know, buy DLC that give you a benefit, you're better off buying, like, the regular DLC that give you, like, Damascus ingots and whatnot. You know, the weapon uncap item packs, the upgrade item packs, those sigil upgrade packs, those things. You're better off buying pretty much all of those if you're interested in, like, you know, power or performance. Otherwise, yeah, the special edition is not really worth it. It's just to support the developer, that's it. I mean, and again, you're getting a little bit of a discount, because if you buy the color packs and the ignition packs separately, you're pretty much at the same price. So you're getting a discount if you get the special edition, you know? Because the special edition is basically the base edition, so that's 30, and then you're paying about the 25 extra or so for a bunch of other stuff. But like the ignition pack is 12 on its own, and then every color pack is like $8, so that's 5. That's another 40. So you're basically getting $60 worth of DLC for like 25. So I guess it's worth it just in terms of like value, in a sense, if you care about those things. If you're like me and you don't care about the color packs, for instance, or the ignition pack, because again it's pointless, then no, there's no point to buy the special edition pack. But I will personally buy the special edition just to support the game, because I fucking love this game, and I want to, you know, Endless Ragnarok, you know, or Relink 2 or something. Oh, you got the color pack too, if I'm not mistaken, right? That one was the one with white colors and stuff. Yeah, the color pack 5 was the all black one with every black skin. Color pack 4 was the gold one. 3 was neon hair colors and whatnot. And color pack 2 was the one with white armor across the board. And color pack 1 was a weird mishmash of like weird colors. But yeah, I'm definitely getting the special edition because I want to support this game, and I definitely want them to think seriously about the Relink 2. Bum ba dum bum. It's honestly my game of this month in July. Like, it's the game I'm looking forward to the most this entire month. There's only one other game I'm looking forward to in July, and that's Blue Reflection Quartet. But that's really more of a me game than anybody else looking forward to it. Like, I know most people don't really care about Blue Quartet, but I do. I have a soft spot for that one. I also played the first game and I really liked it. It's nice they decided to do a DLC and not a new version. Well, it technically kind of is a new version, because the way they're doing it is they're kind of like replacing the old version. So like you either buy the old version, there's a good chance they might be removing the old version. So if you already bought the base version, you can buy the expansion as like a DLC. upgrade. But I think for everybody else coming in after July 9th, I think they will only be able to buy the full version, the full base version, or the full, upgraded version. I think that's how they're doing it. I'm fairly sure that's how they're going to handle it, but I could be wrong. They could just do it the Monster Hunter way of kind of like base game and expansion separately. No, you will still have access to the old content. I'm just saying, like, in terms of like buying into the game, I think the way they're doing it is where they're kind of like sunsetting the old version, and you will not be able to buy base Relink without the expansion. Like, you will only be able to buy it as a package, I think, going forward, and you get everything at once. So it's like as far as I understand it from kind of like, but again, I could be wrong, I could be misunderstanding it. You won't be able to buy Relink and Endless Ragnarok going forward. If you already have Relink, you will be able to upgrade to Endless Ragnarok. But anybody that looks to buy the game after July 9th, they will only be able to buy, Endless Ragnarok at 60 as a bundle kind of thing. So like, if you're thinking Wilds, Monster Hunter Wilds, right? Right now you can buy Wilds and you can buy Ascendance separately. Going forward, you'll probably only be able to buy Wilds Ascendance as one package, as a bundle. But I could be wrong. Either way, they did lower the price as it's down to 40 now. If I'm not mistaken, it was 60 or something. But right now, on Steam, it's 40 for the base version. So if you buy the game now, you pay 40 and then you pay 30 for the expansion for a total of 70. But if you wait until July 9th and you buy the game as a whole, it's going to be a bundle for 60. It'll be one set to 60. Mm-hmm. 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 But yeah, it's definitely going to be cheaper overall. But I don't mind. Like, my general position is, I'm gonna buy a game when it comes out because I want to play the game when it comes out, and I want to support the developers if it's a game I really like. But for all intents and purposes, I don't care if they lower the price later down the line. More people get to enjoy it. Yeah, you do pay less if you... Well, technically you pay more if you already have the game, because the DLC is its own thing. So if you bought the game when it came out, I think it was 50 or 60 euros or dollars or whatever. So you paid 50, 60, and now you're paying for the DLC another 30. So technically you're paying like 80-ish or 90 for the whole game plus expansion. But if you're a new player coming in now, they lowered the price, the base price of the game, so it's only 40 base price, and the expansion is only 30. So you're paying 70 if you're coming in now to buy the expansion and the base game, and if you wait until July 9th, you only pay 60. I like both of them for kind of different reasons. What I like about Relink is the fact that each character has its own playstyle and animation. So it's like, who you play, who you main is in and of itself a different kind of experience. Like, it's not just you know, a different weapon on the same character. It's like a whole different character. So I like that aspect of Relink more than I like, you know, I wouldn't say more. I like that about Relink, but I also like in Wilds how your weapon is in its of itself, you know, something that you can mix and match and change. So it's just very different experiences. And then for Monster Hunter, I really like the idea, the concept, even though it's not always executed that well. I like the concept of like weapon trees and branches and like, you know, going from one tree to another and like choosing which way to upgrade your weapon. I like that system a lot in Monster Hunter games. And I do also like the concept of like gear where you can mix and match to create different builds for characters. And it feels like whatever pieces you put together, like they build their own thing. Whereas sigils, they feel more like passives in a lot of ways because they don't really influence your character visibly in any way, and it's really just passives for the most part and percentages. Whereas armor and weapons in Monster Hunter, they do feel a little bit more tactile. Like you feel the armor when you put it on because of armor values. You feel the damage of the weapon because of its rarity. Whereas in Relink, you know, sigils are just multipliers, just percentages. So they don't feel as good when you put them together. They feel good in terms of like build crafting, but like in terms of like that feedback, they don't feel quite as satisfying. I'm also like personally not a huge fan of the kind of RNG recycling process of like, here's 30 sigils, you burn them all in order to get 1 or 2 sigils that you care about, and then you burn them all and you RNG them again. I'm not a big fan of that system personally, but you know, I just go with it. Oh, the visuals I do love about this game a lot. It's definitely one of my favorites in terms of like visual aesthetic and presentation. Monster Hunter for me, especially World and Wilds, I'm not as big on them because I'm personally have never been somebody that's big on like hyperrealism. Like I like Rise more than I like World. I know if you say that online, it's almost like a, you know, something wrong to say, like a hot take, but like I like Rise more than I like World, both in terms of aesthetic, both in terms of gameplay style, and in terms of visuals for like armor and weapon, the color contrast. Like I just like that aesthetic a lot more, the more arcadey kind of visuals. They're still high definition, and it's not like quite, you know, pixely like the older games, but it has its own kind of clear style, and I always prefer that in games over hyperrealism. But GranBlue Fantasy also has like a nice shading and like coloring way of doing things where characters really pop up, especially like the artwork. I skipped the gacha game, but in terms of like just presentation of like the artwork, and like you look at these like pinups, I guess, of the characters, I really love them. I fucking love them. I could look at this like art style for days. The color palette, the presentation, you know, it's just, it looks amazing. I love it. His style is so good. Like each time, and my style have ugly alignment. Yeah, it's just the kind of presentation style that GranBlue Fantasy has, the GranBlue franchise, I guess, in general has, is it lends itself very nicely to posters and pinups, and like, you know, it's just a very aesthetic presentation, a very I don't know, like picturesque kind of thing. So like whenever you look at this stuff, it like the hashing of the colors and everything, like the hand drawn style to it, like the pen, you know, the like crayon or something on a piece of paper, it really lends itself. Like, you look at Eugen, you look at his neck, you can see like the kind of like pencil graphite kind of like hashing. Like, I love that. It looks really beautiful. And even the 3D like looks really amazing. Partly because it goes for the stylized, but like the texturing is also done in that similar style of like hashing, kind of like almost with a pencil. It's just really beautiful. Yeah, Normaya. I like every single character. Charlotta. Potato. Tiny potato. Yeah, no, like almost everything looks, at least in terms of the main characters, everything looks like hand drawn, and every kind of like texture and shading that they picked was tailor made for each character. It's not like artificial lighting or anything like that. It's all like tailor made for each character. And it looks amazing. It's really gorgeous. Every single character looks so nice. Zeta. I need to build her up properly. I still don't have the sigil that I need for her yet, for the thing where you remove all the skills to have her pogoing. I don't have that yet. Siegfried also looks really nice. They all look nice. Like, I don't really have anything bad to say about any characters. Like, sure, some characters like Gandagoza, like, they're not really my thing. Like, they're not my style. But he still looks fucking amazing. He's so awesome. He's so cool. Like, okay, the beard's a little bit weird. I'm not gonna lie. It's just a little bit weird, but he's cool. Building character easier to build. I'll probably build Mana Slot and my two and like those are two of the other characters I think I would like to play. Yeah, if they make characters easier to build and play, I have multiple that I actually want to play. Especially if they make the whole supporting kind of playstyle more viable. I definitely want to give Rosetta a proper shot. I definitely want to try out Fairy a little bit more to really see if I'm like really liking it. Cagliostro, absolutely, I want to give her another shot. Tuyen, I want to try out. Sandalphon, I want to try out. And then the new characters, some of the new characters, without mentioning them, there's at least two that I want to try out. Yeah, because Gandagoza just doesn't work in the current format of the game. I talked about it yesterday and stuff, but like Gandagoza is essentially non-meta in every conceivable way. He just doesn't have what it takes to actually be viable in the current format of the game. Like Vasaraga, you can play because he's immortal, so you can tank hits that would kill you and still get damage in. But Gandagoza just doesn't work in the current model of the game. Like, they either need to rework Gandagoza or they need to make the game significantly different or give us some sigils that allow him to basically get his damage in. Because right now he just cannot work. Like, he's just It's not even anti-meta. It's like the game doesn't function. Or I should say, Gandagoza doesn't function in the game the way it's designed to be played. It's unfortunate, but like, if there's any character that I would not, like, I would actively tell people not to play, it's Gandagoza in the current format. Like, if somebody came to me and asked me, hey, which character should I play? My first answer would be anything except Gandagoza. Like, almost anything you can play except Gandagoza. He's the outlier that I would just tell people, don't even bother. Like, unless you're trying to build the character as a meme kind of thing. Like, I've seen some videos on Twitter and stuff with like 4 people playing Gandagoza, kind of stun locking bosses and whatnot. Sure, cool for the meme. But if you're actually trying to play the game, you're not building Gandagoza. You're building Gandagoza once you finished building everything else you want to play. Gandagoza has the damage potential, but because the game is so fast-paced and you have transitions and you have stuns and you have bosses like Bahamut that move all over the place and you have, you know, enemies like Lucilius that keep flying away, Gandagoza is just too slow and unable to ramp up to where he can deal his potential damage. That's the problem. Vaseraga doesn't have that problem. One, because he can ignore a lot of damage, because he can just take it, because he's immortal in a lot of his, you know, setup. So he can just be immortal and deal his damage. And 2, because some of his most basic attacks have really good scaling. So even though he's slow, every time he gets to hit, and it's very easy to hit, he will deal his damage. Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. You do not have that scenario anywhere else in the game. You do not have the opportunity to build up with Gandagoza. You cannot build up fast enough with Gandagoza, and you don't have the damage windows aligned to your playstyle almost ever. Like, Gandagoza is just anti-gameplay in terms of like the way the game's designed. You cannot play Gandagoza the way the game is designed to be played right now. Maybe with the expansion date changes, whether it's, you know, reworking Gandagoza, whether it's adding new sigils, whether it's just the general like play tempo of the game, whatever they're doing in the expansion, maybe they can make it work. But the way the game is right now, just don't bother with Gandagoza. He's literally unplayable. Like, you know, you have characters like EO or whatever, you know, some of these characters that are more technical, or like Percival a little bit here and there, or like Narmaya or whatever, where they can be a little bit more technical and hard to play, and you need to learn the fight to really perform well. But with Gandagoza, it doesn't matter if you know the fight or not. It's just, you're not going to be able to deal your damage. Especially considering how high effort it is to get your damage in relative to your windows. Coin collection mission? S++ coin collection mission? What's that? I have no idea what you're referring to right now. I can't think of any thing that matches that descriptor. S++? Collector Digest? And under hard difficulty? Oh, I forgot about that one. I mean, you can try joining my room if you can find my room. We're on PC. We can try and help you do it. I've done that so long ago, I didn't even remember that was a thing. I never managed to do this one as ++2. Oh, I did. But again, it was so long ago, I even forgot that was a thing. I did every mission S++, I think. I don't think I have any mission that's not S++. Yeah. Yeah, hard, everything. Yes, very hard, everything. Stream, everything, yes. Maniac. Yes, and basically proud everything except the last 4, which I just unlocked yesterday and haven't done. I mean, we can try and do it. Just waiting for Umi to join. You should be able to search for the lobby. Password is 1111. 4 times 1. Just type that. I can't show it for some reason. It doesn't show my session ID. I can't, like, it just doesn't display it for me. Probably because I'm streaming. But I can't see the session ID. If I change this, does it display? No, it doesn't show me my session ID for some reason. Oh, okay, I can see it. Oh, I had to do that. Let me type it down, I guess. 5333 1 EB 8 6 BEA 4 BCC. Yeah. But yeah, it's also I am well aware that the Steam like the lobby searching function can be a little bit finicky. Okay, you were able to. Okay. Undertake quest, hard, collector's digest. This one. Actually, no. Wait, I can look. No, probably not. Probably it's best to just try doing it with us 3, because I doubt we're gonna find any randoms at this hour to join. We'll do this mission and then we'll go to bed. Okay, Miyuki, that's fine. Let's try and get you both the S++. Hopefully. I don't know if you're gonna get it on the first try, because I, for one at least, I don't remember this one anymore. So I would probably need at least, 2 tries, probably to remember the pathing and everything, because it was like Mm-hmm. Coin-loving slimes have appeared. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, get these. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which way was it? I don't remember how to get up there. Mm-hmm. Oh, over. Okay, like that. I should be able to jump here. We got enough coins for that. We got all the slimes. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, that's enough coins here. That's enough coins here as well. Okay. Got more of those. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I was helping Umi with this quest. With the coin quest. Mm-hmm. There you go. Congrats, both of you. On this double S, on the S++. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot easier in multiplayer, of course, because you can have people go in different directions. I'm pretty sure I did this solo, but I think I've done it like a couple of times before I did my loop correctly. Because you want to start in one direction to collect coins in order to spawn the king slimes, in order to get to this king slimes, and then either continue collecting coins or finish at them, something like that. But again, I did this when the game came out, so I honestly don't remember. But yeah, congrats, and I'm glad for both of you for getting your S++s. Also, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it very much. Hope you had fun as well, Miyuki. If you're heading out, you're welcome anytime to join us. Thinking about that, I need to find a prismatic slime to complete Lyria's journal for achievement. The easiest way I can like recommend doing it, it's not guaranteed because there's no way to guarantee it, but the best way you can do it is to do Slimepeed, ideally with something like Eugen, because he can almost one-shot or one-shot all of the pots if you're very lucky. And the pots that you're most likely to look forward to, actually, let me just queue us up so I can show you exactly where to look. You want to look specifically for the pots that can spawn in the back It doesn't matter the rewards. I just want to show you. So when you spawn in, like the pots can spawn all over the place, but the ones specifically that you want to pay attention to is the ones that spawn in the back at the room. There's like two pots that can spawn right at the end. Right here. Right here, it's like where this one is, around here. There's two pots that can spawn around here. Usually the prismatic ones will spawn here. Like I don't think I've ever seen them spawn from these spots. You still want to kill them all because, you know, they reset when they reset the waves. But if it's a prismatic, you will usually spawn here in the back. It's usually right here in one of these two locations where you can get them. And they almost never, like, you don't have to worry about the entrance, because I don't think I've ever seen pots spawn here on this side. It's only on that other side. So you should probably position yourself, like, with an Eugen here in the middle. You just rotate to kill everything, and pay attention to see if you got any pots spawning up here. Most of them you can just hit with Eugen from the center of the arena anyway. So if they do spawn, you should be able to see them. But worst case scenario, you come up here or closer to try and land them. Like, you know, like this one, see? Like this one. It will spawn usually here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But usually the best way to do it is with Eugen. Especially if you have him geared up properly, you can... Like, mine isn't really that well geared, and it can almost one-shot all of the pots. If you can one-shot them, it's super, super easy with Eugen. Like, like, when I play with Eugen, I consistently get over 150 slimes. Like, consistently 147, 150. But yeah, it's up here that you're trying to look for the pots. Usually, in my experience, they don't pop off. Like they don't really appear before 100 defeated. Like they very, very rarely appear in the early waves. So that's why I'm also recommending Eugen, because you can really push the waves really high, and then, you know, in the later waves is when you have the chance to spawn them more consistently if they do spawn it. I think I've seen at least 5 prismatic in my periods farming Slimepeed. Well, actually, no. I think it was more like 3 or 4. I did get at least 1 or 2 rainbows outside. I remember getting one during the mission where you have to, like, one of the early missions I was doing the campaign on the higher difficulties when it came out to, like, do, you know, all the achievements. And there was the arena where you fight, like, the Goblin Warrior in the really big open space, and I got lucky and got the prismatic there for some reason. I don't really remember how that happened, but, like, that's where I got one. But in Slimepeed, that would be the easiest way to do it. Just switch to Eugen, place yourself almost in the middle, and then just spin your stake around while pressing X, or no, your shoot button. And you should be able to hit the entire arena more or less. And if you see any pots spawning at the top, close to the door, that's where usually you will have the prismatic spawn. Like, actually, I'm curious. If you want to stick for one more, I'm gonna go for one more. But I want to see, because I did get a little bit more damage now with Huygen, because I finished his awakening weapon. So I'm gonna try it one more time. It's still not fully, you know, perfect gear, but I want to see if I can one-shot the pots. Oh, okay. Okay. I go basically like over here, and then I start doing this. This is how you do Slimepeed, basically. I definitely need more damage. I can't one-shot the pots, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I reached max SP mastery. I guess I have to use it? How do I... What do I even use my mastery on? Mastery points on at this point. I guess I capped out. I didn't even know that was a cap. Yeah, I guess I should probably like do a little bit of overmastery just to get rid of a few. But yeah, we can do a few more. I don't mind. Like I said, I'm just chilling. I can farm anything at this point. Oh yeah, 99,000 is the cap. That's not even that much. Yeah, let's do some overmastery, I guess. Do you want to replace? No. No. Normal attack damage. I mean, sounds good, and attack power up with that, but I'm losing some crit chance. I'm not a huge fan of that. But I'll probably take it. No. Critical hit rate, 20 stun. No. No. Inferior to what I already had. Okay, that's enough. Okay, we can do again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind helping you out. Like I said, I'm just chilling and chatting and having fun. So, I'm perfectly okay. But yeah, if you have your Eugen built up, I would recommend doing that, using that. It's more efficient just because you can't really easily target like the auto lock, so it just becomes easier with something like Eugen. He's definitely the best for Slimepeed. Like 2 Eugens can easily get 200 slimes on this. Yeah, without the crits, I'm actually doing worse than before. I need to redo my over masteries. I'm not critting as much. It's actually I'm doing worse than before. Yeah. I can't kill as many because I'm not critting as much. Not as consistently, I should say. Mm-hmm. 186. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's still RNG, so we kind of have to just do this a couple of times. But this is where I got most of my prismatics. I got a bunch. That's also why I have so many ingots. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, and the other reason why Eugen is so good is because his attack, like impact, like how should I put it, like his attack is like a hit scan almost. So like the moment you hit in the direction, like it's like almost no frames. You know, it's not like EOs, for instance, where it has to travel or anything. It's like almost instant. So you can pop those pots open very fast, and you can also allow for the AI to more easily get involved compared to other characters. Mm-hmm. Easy peasy. Yeah, the only downside, the only problem is that, again, it's RNG, of course, and broadly speaking, the chance of it spawning before 100 is very low. I don't, like, I really don't think I've ever seen it spawn below 100. It's possible that it might be able to, but I don't think I've ever seen it happen. I don't think he has any buffs, though. No. Yeah, I don't think he does. Not like Rackham. Also, if a prismatic spawns, usually Vern will have like a unique dialogue to let you know. It's the dialogue is slightly different from the one that he usually uses for like the big gold slimes. So that's another cue if you do get it to spawn. Mm-hmm. No luck. I mean, we only did, what, 4 runs now? So it's to be expected. They do have a relatively low chance to spawn overall. But this is still your best bet. Like, this is by far your best bet. But I mean, as long as you're okay going, I'm fine going some more. Just let me know when you want to stop. No, helping Miyuki with finding, trying to get the prismatic to spawn for the achievement. And this is the, generally speaking, at least to my knowledge, the best place to try and fish for a prismatic. This is what I found almost all of my prismatics. And it's also chill. So I can be kind of mindless. So, you know, pay attention to chat, talk to people. So I consider this a win-win. Helping somebody get something out of it. And I also get to relax and talk to peeps. So, win-win. I used to farm this thing a lot for money and points and skill points back in the day. And when I did it, my Rackham, my Eugen wasn't even as good as it is now. I remember struggling to get to even like 100 reliably at first. And then I was like pushing 120s and 130s. I did play Rackham as well, but I just find like Eugen is not necessarily more reliable, but like a little bit easier to control, and his range is better if I'm not mistaken. So you can more easily just sit in the middle of the room. Okay, never mind. I missed. Nothing yet. Yeah, it is unfortunate that they don't actually aggro because they're hidden in the pots. But that's also why I like Rackham the most, Eugen the most. Even though mine's not like the best geared, you can almost one-shot the pots. With a little bit better gear, you can probably one-shot them reliably and consistently. And at that point, you don't even need your allies for the most part. Oh, wait. Hey, there it is. Oh, no, never mind. I thought it was gonna be it. Never mind. There was just a spawning aura. For a second, I got excited. $187. I mean, we're consistently getting over 100, so the chances of running into are good, at the very least. It's so mindless, but it's also so fun in its own weird way. Now we just need to get a prismatic to spawn. Unfortunately, it's all RNG at this point. That's the only unfortunate part. Huh? No. I get to farm a little bit of money in the process, so that's good. I wouldn't say I was running low, but I did get below 10 million, so... Yeah, no. Reliably using SBA here isn't possible. But also, it's not quite ideal to use SBA most of the time, mainly because it just... I mean, yes, it stops the timer, but you want to make sure you're killing them as fast as possible in order to spawn the next wave. Every new wave is an opportunity to, you know, get, you know, the slimes that you want. And SBA's pauses that, and in some cases can delay the spawn because of the way the timers between wave spawns, like how it checks for ads before it spawns again. So SBA's, like, again, it's good to delay the timer a little bit and fish for another wave, but broadly speaking, they don't make too much of a difference. Like, just killing slimes faster generally is better. But I will say, I will give you that, like, being able to SBA on this stage does feel good. Because it's like, it feels like you're doing something you're not supposed to or you shouldn't be able to do. And whenever you can get an SBA off, it feels so good. It feels like you're cheating or something. Oh, I capped MSP again. Ah. I couldn't get it because somebody killed the mob in front of me. Yeah, well. Unfortunate. I wish they would increase the mastery point cap from 99,000, so like from 100k to like 1 million. Because it's kind of too easy to reach the cap. I mean, yeah, at some point there's not much to do other than like gamble for a good skill. Over mastery or whatever it's called. I probably should gamble for better ones, to be honest, because none of mine are really really good, really good. They were just serviceable. Sooner or later we will get a prismatic. It's just a matter of time. It's about persistence and perseverance at this point. Okay, we got one. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Prismatic. There we go. Prismatic got. Prismatic gets. Congrats. Got you your prismatic. Congratulations! There we go. And it was the last run. And we got 5 Splendors and 3 Damascus Ingots and an Ambrosia because of that. And that is how I have a ton of Splendors and Ingots. More to the collection. Congrats. I think that one is the one that you need for the platinum achievement, right? To get all the things done. For like field notes and whatnot. I don't remember. Foes, I think. You don't need all the trophies, thankfully. Because that would be insane. I think you need all of the main story or all of the field notes, I think. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, good luck with those, because I can't help you with those. You just have to go around every single stage and do everything. Again. Yeah, mastery. I really need 20% crit chance here. I'm pretty sure they're guaranteed. I don't think there's like a chance. It's just some of them are either, not very visible, and some of them are also tied to just, like the little mission, like orb collections and whatnot, the challenge quests. Ah, yeah. I don't remember honestly how or when. It was one of the first things I did because I know I was one of those people that didn't actually bother with like endgame too much. I was just going around collecting everything, getting all my crabs and all the chests and all that jazz. Attack, paranormal attack. I wish I could get that with crit. We have to collect chests and also survival chests and restart. Yeah, I'm a traditional RPG player. I look in every nook and cranny and try to find everything and make sure I don't miss, and I don't go forward until I found everything that I need. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I spend way too much time doing nothing, just looking around for everything. Ah, crit. I need attack up. Yeah, no luck. Disaster, Eternal Snowflake, or Kiosk Carmillon and Aquajay. I would recommend getting a guide and getting all the crabs because there's gonna be more crabs and there's gonna be new sigils that require crabs and the expansion. I guarantee you. Maybe even a summon, because, why not? I would probably just open up a guide and start looking for them one by one in each zone. I mean, it can't get much better than what I already have. The only ideal thing that I would want is to replace chain burst damage with crit 20%. I want to keep attack power, normal attack damage cap up. Stun power can go, but that's also kind of nice. I'm almost perfect cap. here. I just need crit chance on him. That's the only thing I need. Yeah, where I live, there was a little bit of a rain yesterday. I want to say yesterday or today. I can't remember. But yeah, it's like 36 plus almost every single day for the past, I don't know, week or so. It's killing me. Okay, got some money. All right, I also have a lot of those gems. Let me sell them. Should make a bunch of money now. Ah, not too much, but hey, 15 mil, nice. I doubled my money. That was good. I have no idea how hot it is in France. I don't really follow the news all that much. I play video games. That's all I do. I don't I don't bother myself with the real world. I'm mostly just paying attention to video games and that's it. The real world tends to just make me sad. So I deal with that kind of stuff as little as possible most of the time. Upgrade weapon, cheetah. Yeah, not enough. Oh yeah, that can't happen just naturally. I'm just saying, like I don't think I've seen anything about France or anything like that recently. On my end, at least, so I have no idea. Quest? Which quest? Oh, sure. Well, wait, can I still switch party? Let me change this back to Lancelot. Like that. But yeah, here it's been pretty hot as well. Consistently 36 degrees, like I'm dying most of the time. I'm basically showering without showering every time I go to the bathroom. It's so hot. I have an industrial sized fan in my room. If you need any other quests or if you need to repeat this, just let me know. Yeah, I try not to let the AC blow directly on me, because obviously, you know, that can be a problem. But it's in my room trying to, you know, cool the air or, like, you know, circulate it, but it's never enough. Okay, repeat it is then. I can't even get 2 loops in before it dies. I can barely do 1. And even then, I have to force it with my skill. We fought so many times, I forgot to play the game. Yeah. That's why I have, I have different characters for different things. That's why I play Eugen for those kinds of things, so that it doesn't mess with my brain and my, character button, memory, I guess. If only we could trade, because I have like 400. I don't remember exactly why I have so many. I think it was from farming one of the quests, auto farming or something. I just don't remember which one exactly. But yeah, I have a bunch of snowflakes. I just don't remember exactly what I was farming them for. Well, I wasn't farming the snowflakes specifically. I was farming some kind of quest, I think, for mastery maybe, or for a particular drop, I don't remember. And just end up doing one of the quests with like the eyes or whatever a lot. I think it's one of those quests where you have to kill a lot of eyes as you go up a mountain. Yeah, I have 431 snowflakes. I'd give you some if I could. Unfortunately, it's not possible. I can't even squeeze the second one in. Dude, it dies too fast. Oh, I'm capped on knick-knack vouchers. I just realized it. Oh well. Doesn't matter too much. I mean, my big attack does a crap ton of damage. It's just that it takes a few seconds to actually go out. That's all. But I mean, when it hits for a lot. It's just, I need to be able to cast it, that's all. Admittedly, my build isn't like complete. I don't have alphas and gammas yet. Alphas, specifically. Mm-hmm. But yeah, my full charge Stargaze does like 2 million something on its own. It's gonna do a lot more once I get 2 alphas, but at the moment, unfortunately, I'm limited to about 2 million something per hit, I think. That should almost double once I get 2 alphas. Yeah, 2 million. Yeah, 2 million for the Stargaze on its own. Not counting small Stargazes and, you know, everything in between. Just the Stargaze 5 is 2 million damage. Alright, let me do my knickknacks. Because I've been capped on these for a while. Papa. 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 Right, so my main pain train do 2.7 mil damage. Yeah. Yeah, I have no alphas. My 2 alphas on EO should give me, if I'm not mistaken, it should basically double my damage right now. From what it is right now. Think? No, 40% extra. For 1. Yeah, for 2. No, it's 40% extra damage, so it should be about 3 million, give or take. Obviously, there's some other improvements that I can make on my gear, because I didn't actually optimize it crazy. But yeah, it should be thereabout, give or take, around 3 million just for the Stargazer 5 and nothing else. And I can do Stargazers much more often than you can do paint trains. Let's put it that way. It's just I need to have the opportunity to, you know, release my stargazes. And of course not have them miss, that's the other thing. I also haven't been using, because we've been farming and stuff, I replaced Flowery 7, but Flowery 7 does a crap ton of damage as well. I don't actually remember how much it was, but it was a good chunk. Flowery 7 obviously is a lot more, you know, it's a long cooldown compared to Lightning, but it does a crap ton of damage. I was using this when we were farming Bahamut to skip phases, basically. It deals like something stupid like 5 or 7 million damage. It's ridiculous. Fully charged with defense down, it's stupid. It's stupid numbers of damage. It does have a pretty long cooldown, to be fair. It's like, I don't know, 120 seconds, I think, so like 2 minutes. Something like that. It is a pretty long cooldown. You get to use it once, maybe twice in a fight, if you're lucky. But on Bahamut is a pretty long fight, so I can usually get squeeze 2 in if I use them properly. Oh, I have them too. Like, you pretty much need them on EO because you're very reliant on skills to reset your to stack your so you want to cast fire as fast as often as possible in order to more quickly stack up your Stargaze, and also the defense down. You want to have that uptime as much as possible. Obviously, it's good for Flowery 7. It's also very, very useful for concentration because that's your main way. And obviously, you want quick charge and stuff like that as well on EO. Like, the priorities I already have. Like, I have quick charge, I have quick cooldown, I have cascade. I have all of those. And I also have nimble onslaught. Like, I have everything that I need for skill cooldown reduction. I just need better sigils so that I can remove that improved guard, for instance, and get a little bit more damage in. Okay, like I can probably fit another crit damage here. Like, that would be ideal, because I'm leaving damage on the table from here as well. I could use another critical hit damage, and that should give me a good, what, 14% extra damage dealt on top. So that's important. I also don't have the best Skybound art, but like the best Overmastery, but it's okay. I definitely need the critical hit rate up just for cap. I need attack power up, ideally higher, and I need basic attack. So I need to reset these Overmasteries as well, because I don't really need the SBA damage. So that's not ideal either. It's just, you need to get lucky. And, you know, I definitely don't want to drop the crit chance. But ideally, I want critical hit rate up 20%, attack power up 1,000, basic attack, or special attack, was it? Whatever, basic attack, I think. Damage cap up, I think, is what we're looking for. Normal attack, I think it is. Yeah. Attack damage cap up for my Stargaze. So yeah, that's ideal. But I don't have those yet. Wait, what quest is this? Quest details. Hologround survival. Ah, okay, it's that one. Okay, let me switch. To Eugen, I think. because EO's not very good for this one. I mean, at this point in time, it doesn't matter too much. Because again, in 1 week, we're gonna have to reconsider everything and recalculate how we think about skills, how we think about, you know, depending on what we have. Like, do we get new sigils? Do we get new skills? Masteries? Do we get innate survivability? Or do we just not get anything more damage? We get maybe just more slots for, and we can slot in more survivability. I mean, it's worth trying to get the objectives done here, just because there's not much. There's no point not trying to get the kills here, because we have to wait for the timer anyway. Oh, you killed him too fast. I couldn't kill them. I couldn't kill the last one. We need one more with thrown objects. Okay, that's one. I should be able to. I guess this one. There we go. Okay, now we can kill them just fine. But yeah, this is one of the stages I was AFK farming for 42 crystals, I think. I remember doing this one a few times. Because I didn't have to move. Why did it take 0 damage? I hate them. I hate these things for taking 0 damage. Mm-hmm. Yeah, not many Fortitude Crystal L's, but a decent number of M's. Yeah, this is why I was farming this one. Also, you can auto this one if I'm not mistaken, because it's the lower difficulty. Nice. Can open another chest up here. The reopenable kind. Oops. This way. Might have more quests to do than I thought. It's fine. Wasn't it down here? Oh, was it? Oh, stairs? Oh yeah, I think it was on that. Yeah. I just used them up at the blacksmith. I'm surprised you have that many though. You probably didn't use them, I'm guessing. I just slapped them on various weapons. Mine. This one's 99, this one 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with Charlotta, 6 with Fairy, 7 with Narmaya, 8 with Mjolnir, 9 with Gottfried, 10 with Zeta. Yeah, so I just slapped them on pretty much everybody that needed them. Like this. And then Siophon as well. And then I need to get Sandalphon's main weapon by doing Lucilius. I think one more time technically should get me enough of those bloody things in order to craft it. Because I only need 9 more dark residue. I'm pretty sure you can get 9 in one run. Maybe not. Who knows? Give or take. 1 or 2 more runs for that. And then obviously I have to do it more times for alpha sigils and whatnot. I think I'm gonna hang out about half an hour or so more, and then I'm probably gonna call it a day. But I will be back tomorrow with some more, so no worries. We get to farm pretty much every day leading up to the expansion. I am in no rush, but for today, yeah, in about half an hour, give or take, I'm gonna head out. If you need anything else, yeah, we got a few more. We got a bit of time left, but yeah, in about half an hour I'm gonna head out because it is getting a little bit late for me. I'm not super tired, but at the same time, I don't want to overdo it, you know? I don't want to push it too far. Silver slime and 3 gold slime. Nice. Yeah, it's almost 4 a.m. for me. I'm 1 hour ahead. 3:53 a.m. Okay. Do you need anything other than the slime mission? Disasters. Well, queue us up for whatever you want. I'm guessing you want the same mission we already did, or I don't remember which one's the best for disaster. I think that one was pretty good, but I didn't check the drops. I think this one has pretty good drop chance, probably, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Give me 2 more to... That's nice to hear. Yeah. Okay, that's all of them. Honestly, I don't really interact that much with Romanians online, or at the very least, I don't know when I am. Because I've pretty much, because of work and everything, I pretty much made it a habit. I don't really speak Romanian on stream. It's always English, because that's what I've been using for work and everything, and that's what I use to play video games, because most games don't really support Romanian anyway, so... Honestly, I'm an honorary American or something at this point. I don't exactly know how to put it, because I speak more English than I do Romanian, even in day-to-day stuff, just because of work and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, if I'm like not super tired or anything like that, I have decent enough accent. But when I start getting really tired, you will start hearing my Romanian kind of like native accent kind of start slipping through more and more. The more tired I am, the more like Romanian English I speak. For some friends I know since school that I play with, I would speak most of the time English online. What's your native language? If you're 1 hour minus, I'm guessing you're something like German or Italian. Oh, French. French. It's opposite. The more tired I am, the more English I sound. French. Every time I hear French, I can't. The only thing I can think of is the memes, where everybody hates the French, including the French. I don't really know many French people. I know only of French people online, but I don't really know, like in real life or anything, people that are French. Yeah, for me the problem is being Romanian, our pronunciation, like, we're one of those languages where you write it is how you read it and how you pronounce it, like it's all very uniform. So the more tired I get, the more Romanian I think and pronounce words. I don't do the whole, you know, undulating vowels and stuff like that. I start speaking more like this because it's more natural. And it definitely doesn't sound English when I do that. But the more tired I am, the more I speak like that. French, everyone associates French to Parisian. Parisians are assholes, the rest of France is fine. I think that's like a meme in and of itself. Like every country, the people in the capital are the assholes and everywhere else it's fine. I feel like that's true for, like, okay, memes, kind of. I can't speak for, you know, necessarily the real thing, but I feel like that's almost always true. Like, the British are mostly okay, except for the Londoners. Like, the Romanians are mostly okay, except for the guys in Bucharest. You know, the French are okay, except for the Parisians. It's always the capital that's the most messed up, meme-wise. I think it's meme, but it's also just like capitals are usually so big with so many people, and it gets messy with capitals being so big. I like how you literally only have Cagliostro at #1 and no other character. You didn't even try the other characters outside of like maybe like the training ground. It's like first Cagliostro, second nothing. Most realistic, yeah, probably. Like that, but that's the thing. Like capitals usually are where most people go, whether it's for business or for anything else. It's usually the place where you get the most people coming, whether it's from outside or just from everywhere else in the country. So you become pretty jaded because there's so much noise, so much everything happening, and you just kind of like stop giving a fuck after a while. I don't want to play other characters to not ruin my perfect Cagliostro profile. Ah, okay. I did not know that, like, that's how you thought about it. I will probably try to change mine a little bit more once the expansion comes out. Because, again, there's some characters that I really, really want to play. So that third place is gonna get replaced very quickly from Rackham, that I already know. Oh, wait, I played my EO more than you played? Okay. Yeah, just slightly more. 38. Yeah, I played EO a little bit more than you have played Cagliostro. On top of the other characters. But yeah, I also did a lot of AFK grinding with the other characters and stuff. Like, that's why Rackham is so high, basically. For me. Well, I say high, but it's like 100 stages. It's not that much. And Cagliostro as well. I use Cagliostro quite a bit for AFK farming as well. Because she was, she's a ranged attacker and stuff. And EO really sucks at bot control. With patches in the DLC? Honestly, I have no idea. They only mentioned 6. That's all we know. There's gonna be 6 when the game launches, well, when the DLC releases, but they haven't mentioned anything about future character releases or anything like that. I think it's one of those, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll see where we land. I think they're just gonna keep an eye out for the reception and stuff, and if it's well received, the DLC is also well received and stuff like that. Maybe they'll do some DLC or whatnot. But at the moment, like, based on interviews and news and stuff, we don't know anything about updates or expansions or anything after. We're gonna get the expansion, we're getting 6 characters, and that's that for now. Maybe we will get others like Tuyen and Sandalphon and stuff. Maybe we won't, but that's a time will tell at this stage. I like to think that the DLC is gonna hit pretty well, because a lot of people have talked positively about it. Even some bigger content creators like Rurikon talked about it. A lot of the people in the Monster Hunter community in particular talked about this game. So I'm hoping it people actually buy into it and not just like listen to the content creator but don't actually follow through and buy the game. But at the end of the day, you know, people like what they like. It's not, I'm not really trying to blame anything, but like I hope there's a positive reception from all the content creators talking positively about this game, and we get a lot of sales and the game has, does well and we get more content. My thought process is that we will get whatever characters we get for this game and we're going to be happy with it. And if this game does well, if we're lucky, we will get at some point like a Relink 2, and that one is going to have like a whole set of new characters as part of the cast. Obviously, some of them will be staples, like, obviously the main team, Io, Rackham, Gita, Catalina, Rosetta. The main cast is probably gonna be fixed and recurring from game to game, but then maybe the next game is not gonna have Gandagoza and Fairy and Narmaya. It's gonna have somebody else. It's not gonna have Vayne, Percival, Siegfried, and Lancelot. It's gonna have some other characters. Maybe we go to a different location, like a more Asian inspired place, and we get the Zodiacs. Who knows? Something like that. That would be cool. And that way, even though certain characters might overlap in general playstyle, it wouldn't matter because it would be a different game entirely. So, in this game, maybe you play a Lancelot. Maybe in the next game, it's somebody else that kind of plays like Lancelot, but it's not Lancelot. Well, the thing is, the DLC wasn't planned initially. It came about because of the positive reception. And the game did well enough based on their metrics and the cost to make the game. So basically the DLC came about because the base game sold better than they expected. Because, Side Games is mostly a gacha game. This was one of their first like purviews into the AAA kind of space for games. So they didn't have like huge expectations. And admittedly they didn't like sell million. I think the game sold like 2 million copies or something. It's like it didn't do like amazing, especially by a modern standards. GranBlue Fantasy really copies sold, but it did well enough based on their over 2 million copies worldwide is what they announced within just 11 days of its initial launch. So that's good. It probably sold a little bit more than that since then. Maybe 3 million copies, maybe a little bit closer to 4 by now, who knows. But yeah, it did very well. Initial reception was positive. So because of that positive reception, they started working on the expansion DLC. So if this does well as well, maybe we will see a Relink too. That would be cool. Or even just, another expansion type. But a part of me would prefer a separate game just because then they can, refine certain systems, change certain things that didn't work in this game. Because making, like, wholesale changes to a game that's already like this, again, we already talked about it, This isn't an MMO. You kind of want things to be a certain way, so you don't want to make too big changes. But like if this gets received well, maybe we can have a Relink 2 where you make some improvements to the the way certain things work, how you grind things, where you grind them, etc. And then in that Relink 2 we get some new characters on the side. Yeah, 2 million in 11 days from what I can tell from like, a cursory glance, because I didn't go too deep into all the announcement. But yeah, it sounds like it was 2 million in the first 11 days. I could be just AI hallucinating, because you know how Google is now. But whether it's in 11 days or just in the first month or whatever, it definitely did sell 2 million copies at least. And with the expansion coming about and more people talking about it and more buzz around it, hopefully we're looking at closer to 3 or 4 million by now. Oh, that would be really nice. That would be really nice. Do I not have more emotes? Is this all the emotes that I have? I guess this is all the emotes I have, probably. I didn't actually check to see if there's any way to... Co-op settings, edit communication. Emotes. Yeah, okay, these are all the emotes. I don't have any other emotes. I seem like at least you had over 1100k players same time. Concurrence, yeah. At its lowest it was 800 players. Now it's slowly rising to 6k. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of people like you and me, we're already done with all of the grind and all of that. So like there's no real reason to play other than, for fun, obviously. But like there's not much to do if you're already done. A lot of people are probably just doing, some people probably jumped in just to catch up and whatnot. But I expect probably a lot more people will jump in when the actual game launches. But yeah, in February, basically it was around 800 consistently up until like February when it was announced. And since then, it's kind of like sitting around, it went up to like 4k in February, stayed around 4k. Then it slowly dipped down in April because people that were catching up probably already finished everything. And now that we're reaching closer and closer, it's going back up. So it's good to see. Yeah, but this is the thing. Like 1,000 concurrent is a lot if you think about it, because again, that's only about concurrency. Depending on the time of day, and even during that concurrency period, people play, people go offline and stuff. So like that 800 concurrent is actually probably closer to like 5,000-6,000 people in any given day, most likely, maybe even more. And the concurrence that we're seeing now, that it's closer to like 6k ish at peak, that's actually you probably multiply that by like at least 5 or 6, because most people don't play for many hours on end like I do. So yeah, we're probably looking at like 30,000 people playing this game every day right now. And it's not a big game like Monster Hunter, but also more importantly, it's not a live service game. It is not a live service game, and that is very important to keep in mind. Not that it matters, because even live service games, most of them don't like pull crazy numbers. Like, people just got very, very used to seeing those big numbers because of some of the AAA games and some of like the really big hitters, like, you know, your Valorants and your, you know, Robloxes and your Fortnites and whatever that draw stupid numbers, you know, stuff like that. But like, these are normal numbers before, you know, the AAA space kind of lost track of like what's realistic and what's feasible. Like, this game is healthy. This game is very healthy. At 800 concurrents, it was healthy. That's the best way I can describe it. It was healthy. Like, most games have like a 1 or 2 month hype, not hype cycle, but like high number when it comes out, because that's the bulk of it. And then people finish the game, and everything after that is just people coming in late or people just coming back to like finish up what they started. So most games lose their initial like high number within a month. It's just normal. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. Games like Monster Hunter are outliers for 2 reasons. One is because it has a very dedicated fan base, and most games don't have, how should I put it, dedicated fan bases, but also don't spend as much time playing the game forever. Not every game has that kind of replay value and stuff like that. But the other thing is also just scale, right? This game sold 2 million copies. Wilds sold 11 million copies in its first year, right? World sold, by this point, closer to 30 million. So even if you take like, you know, 1 or 2% out of 30 million, you know what I mean? Like, 1% out of 30 million is a lot bigger than 1% out of 2 million. So that's the thing, you know? And even for games like that, it's not like they always have those high numbers. They do come up and down every now and again. There's some, like, you know, community-driven kind of efforts where, like, even with World, you saw, like, there were, at one point it was going pretty low, and then there was a community kind of push and stuff. The Return to World campaign, which pushed it really high before Iceborne came out on PC and stuff like that. And yeah, it's just, it's a difference of both community but also scale. It's just so many more people bought those games comparatively. I mean, Pragmata is a single player game. It also doesn't have like crazy replay value. It's literally a game that you play and you finish and it's done. So like, it's not very comparable because, again, it's also not a very, very long game, if I'm not mistaken. I think, how long to beat Pragmata? It's probably like 10 hours or something. Yeah, 10 to 12 hours to complete the game. 20 hours to like platinum it, give or take. Completionist runs take 16 to 25 hours. So it's like a very short game in the grand scheme of things. Like, the way I play games, and you probably look at my streams, I would finish that game and platinum it in 3 streams. So it's not a very long game. Well, it's not really comparable because, again, Pragmata is a fully single player game, whereas GranBlue Fantasy is a single player / co-op game. So it's a lot easier to bring people with you to play it. Also, because it's multiplayer, concurrency on average is gonna be higher because you're playing it with other people and you're playing at the same time. Whereas with a single player game, you log in, you boot up the game and you close it whenever you want because it's a single player game. You can play it for 2 hours, close it, come back and play it again. You know, so there's a difference there a little bit. Also, Pragmata is a new IP. It didn't, like, Pragmata did very well considering how much it cost and how many copies it sold. But it's not really the same type of game. Pragmata copies sold. Yeah, they also announced 2 million copies in 16 days. And it sold 1 million copies in its first 2 days. So we're looking at comparable size in terms of like just sales for its initial release to this game. But because it's a single player game, the play patterns are very different. Because you can, you play for however long you want and then you put it down. Also, keep in mind, some games do have their core audience on PC, some games don't. Like, it can vary in some cases. Pragmata was also on PlayStation 5. PlayStation tends to be an ecosystem that enjoys story-driven games more. I think Pragmata was also on the Switch. I could be wrong. I could be misremembering. I'm probably talking out of my ass on that front. No, it was on the Nintendo Switch too, as well. So, there's some differences there as well. Maybe the core audience for this game isn't on PC, although I'm pretty sure that I think they said their core audience is on PC for this one, so who knows. But yeah, the most important part to take into account is, again, that it's a single player game and the play patterns for that are very different. It's also a story focused game that is very short. You finish the whole game, you platinum it in 25 hours, whereas this game you're playing for 200 hours to really, get to the end of things. So, like, if you're a hardcore player, you're gonna pump up these numbers for the game for a lot longer. Whereas even if you're a hardcore gamer, you play Pragmata, in 2 days, you're done. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they technically did comparatively, like, they both sold about 2 million copies in the same time frame. It's just that they're different types of games. So that's why, like, the numbers for Pragmata are low / the numbers for GranBlue are higher, because of that concurrency and, like, the play pattern, the way you play these games. That's really what makes it look different. I wouldn't say either one did good or bad. They did how they should for their player size. Is, I think, the best way to put it, or not necessarily player size, the audience size. I would like this game to do better because, again, it's a multiplayer type co-op game, so obviously the more the better. But I also don't want it to do too well, in the sense, like, part of me doesn't want this game to sell like 10 million copies, but that's mostly my cynicism relating to the industry, because I feel like if Cygames manages to sell 10 million copies of this game, it might go to their head, and they might not pay as much attention or, like, care for things, or they might, follow bad industry trends where they, grow their company too much or something like that. I don't know, Cygames is a good studio and I like them. But Cygames is a good studio right now. Doesn't mean they will forever be a good studio. A lot of the studios that I loved growing up used to be good studios. BioWare used to be a good studio. Ubisoft used to be a good studio. Blizzard used to be a good studio. They're just not today. You know what I mean? Like, times change, and different factors can influence how you change and in what direction you change. And, like, a huge growth, like, for especially for a game like this, that's not what they usually do with their usual, like, gacha games. They might learn the wrong lessons. You never know. Again, I did say I am a little bit on the cynical side because I'm jaded to the industry always finding ways to learn the wrong lessons every single time. So I'm not saying this will absolutely happen, but, like, I am a little bit, cynical about it. Yeah, but even Japanese and Asian studios, there's, some quote-unquote misses here and there. Like Koei Tecmo, for instance, I love them, but they can be very hit and miss. Koei Tecmo is very hit and miss. Like when we're talking like core audience and stuff like that, one's a hit, one's a miss. It's pretty inconsistent. Square Enix is also, as much as I love them, pretty inconsistent. It's like, I love them, but I wouldn't say they don't make mistakes. You know what I mean? Everybody makes mistakes, and even some of these companies make mistakes. And just because Cygames hasn't made any major or notable mistakes yet, doesn't mean they never will. Bandai Namco is also a weird one, because they do some really good stuff, but they also have a lot of things that it feels like they're just done for the sake of doing them. But Bandai Namco is also such a big face, you know. It's both developer and publisher, right? Because like for every you know, Dragon Ball Xenoverse game or whatever, Bleach Rebirth, you also have, you know, Elden Ring, and you have Tales of series, and you have, you know, they're publishing The Blood of the Dawnwalker, for instance, and Gundam Rogue Orbit, and Ace Combat 8. So it's like, it's all over the place. Code Vein was also Bandai Namco, and I personally like that. It's not like the biggest title, best title ever, but I like Code Vein. Tales of, in general, is something I really like. So like for every Sword Art, there's at least another game that's good. So yeah, Bandai Namco is another one of those hit and miss type of things, with some really good games and some really questionable ones on the side. But yeah, I know, broadly speaking, I do agree with you. Like I feel like Western companies is in particular make far more mistakes, and also bigger mistakes and more painful mistakes to watch than any Japanese company. It's just that I don't, you know, I want to be fair when I criticize certain things, or when I say things like I'm skeptical about certain things or cynical about certain things. You know, there's definitely certain things that I will only attribute to a studio from the West versus a studio from, you know, the East. But at the same time, certain things, you know, they're universal. You know, every country speaks money to some extent. You know what I mean? So nobody's exempt. Like Sony, you can look at Sony, right? Sony is a Japanese, you know, company / studio enterprise, but it functions very much like a Western one. It makes the same mistakes the Western studios make, even though it's an Asian company. It's a Japanese company. Like I'm very disillusioned with Sony, and it's not like I'm a Sony hater. I have right now in my room a PS3, a PS4, a PS Vita. Like I used to love PlayStation, but Sony's been on a downhill trend since the end of the PS4 era. But yeah, I don't really, I try to not generalize. You know, I try to take every studio and every, you know, decision and situation on its own. I try to avoid generalization as much as possible. But there's definitely certain influences from certain aspects. So like, for instance, even in the West, it's not that all Western studios are really kind of failing. It's mainly AAA. AA studios are doing quite well in the West as well. Indies are doing quite well. So it's really just the very, very big players, the AAA stuff, you know, your Activision, Blizzard, Microsoft, Xbox stuff, your Ubisoft, your, you know, EAs. It's those ones that are kind of making mistakes left and right. But if you look at some of your smaller studios, your CI games, you know, they're doing a game for the fans. You know, they're learning from their mistakes. You had, you know, what's it called? Silver? I think Deep Silver, I think? No, whatever it was, with like, you know, Space Marine 2. And, you know, the more AA space is doing fine in the West as well. Indies doing fine. It's just the really big players in the West. And the unfortunate part is that the very big players in the West tend to be more consolidated and have like
more influence over a lot more studios compared to Japan, for instance, where kind of each studio is its own thing. It's not quite as like, when Sony makes a bad mistake, it doesn't affect almost every AAA player in the space. You know what I mean? Whereas in the West, when Microsoft does something bad, it affects 40% of the Western kind of gaming space. So I think that's one of the bigger problem. It just the influence some of these big players have and how much negative, how much impact they have. So when they do something bad, it affects more people and has a bigger impact. I think that's really the main distinction, because a lot of the Western AAA space is so investor driven, like to an extreme. Whenever decisions are made, whole continents move, so to speak. It has a huge ripple effect. Whereas in Japan, if one company does bad, it's just one company that does bad. It's not the whole Japanese industry that's going down with it. I think that's the biggest distinction, so to speak, when it comes down to the influence and the side effects of some of these decisions. We're seeing with Xbox, so many studios because they control so many, and then Ubisoft has freaking 13,000 people. I don't understand why Ubisoft has 13,000 people employed, but they did. Whereas I feel like Japanese companies in particular, but other companies that aren't necessarily in Americas, Canada's, those big places, they're smaller and a little bit more leaner. And again, they still make games for more niche audience. Like the fact that we're talking about, this game selling 2 million copies and that being not only enough, but enough to justify a DLC speaks volumes to the mindset and direction of some of these companies versus the West, right? You think of almost any game from Microsoft and 2 million copies is a flop. It literally loses money. And part of it is, yes, because it's California, it's expensive as all hell. But part of it is also bloated budgets, bloated teams, wasted time, too much corporate, up and down and all that stuff. There's a lot of time and resources wasted. So most AAA games in the West, you need to sell 5-7 million copies to break even. You sell 2 million copies and you're already losing money. That's no way to run a business. I think that's the thing in some ways, and I hate the fact that it even became a thing because of Ubisoft. But in a lot of different ways, the AAA space that we know in the West is really closer to a quadruple A kind of space because of the budget size. We used to have small developers, the double A's and the triple A's. Those were the two spaces that we had back in the day. We didn't even have indie, right? Indie came and it kind of became its own thing. But the double A space today is the AAA space of yesterday, and AAA today is kind of the next iteration. But at the same time, it feels just based on budgets and everything, some of these big companies in the West, like I said, they operate in a different sphere. It's this quadruple A type of space because they spend so much more money than almost anybody else in the AAA space. It almost feels like they're in the category of their own. It doesn't even feel AAA. When you say a game cost 300 million to make, with Spider-Man 2, 350 million, for me that sounds insane. I do not understand what you did, what resources you spent, how you spent your resources, that it costs you 350 million to make a game that's a sequel to an already existing game where you're already reusing at least a third of all the assets, or at the very least you should be reusing at least a third of all the assets. I do not understand how Spider-Man 2 cost 350 million to make. That is just insanity. Even if you know a bunch of that budget goes to marketing and whatnot. It's insane. And GTA 6, well, first of all, I don't care because I'm not really the target audience. Never have been. GTA 6 is like I play GTA games. I enjoy them, but they're not my thing, you know. So like I don't particularly care. Also, it's console exclusive. I don't have a PS5. I don't plan on buying a PS5. It's overpriced and it's not worth it right now. It was barely worth it when it came out. It's absolutely not worth it now. I'm not wasting money just because I can't afford it. So I wouldn't be playing GTA until it comes to PC anyway. But how much that game costs is kind of insane, honestly. Like, GTA 6 does have the benefit of running on high from GTA 5 and GTA Online and all of that, so it has a lot of goodwill behind it. But this game has some really big shoes to fill, and as much as like realistically I feel it's gonna be fine, considering how much it costs to make that game, it's so easy to fall short of expectations. Like, sure, it's gonna do well in the grand scheme of things, and it's gonna sell a lot of copies and everything, but like that's no way to really make a game or run a business or run a company. I feel like the gamble that is GTA 6 is almost one of those, like, it's like gambling, but you know the house kind of thing. So it's very unlikely that you will lose, but just because you know the house and you know they're gonna, you know, do things in your favor, that still doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win big. It just probably guarantees you're not gonna, you know, fall in the negative. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's I don't know, like, on the one hand, I feel like GTA 6 is gonna do fine, but on the other hand, I'm thinking like, man, this game is running on a knife's edge. Like, it's one bad PR moment or, you know, one bad controversy away from like completely missing its like estimates. And that's also true, like, considering how absurd the hype for the game is, like, the expectations I feel like are way too high, and no matter how good the game is, it's not gonna live up to like the assumptions the people have in their head. But I also can't blame the people for having high expectations, because again, this game costs like $1 billion to make, or some insane amount like that. I think they mentioned it's over $1 billion, right? Cost for GTA 6. Cost to make. It's reportedly between 1 billion and 1.5 billion. Estimates closer to 1.13 billion. Like, it's insane how much this game costs. And when you tell somebody this game cost $1 billion to make, I cannot blame them for having high expectations. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're telling somebody, hey, we've spent more money on this game than the last 3 or 4 AAA titles that you can think of combined. Of course people will have high expectations. Yeah, probably. Like, that's kind of what I mean. Like, on the one hand, I definitely see this game meeting its projections and, you know, blowing it out of the park because of like all the hype I'm seeing. But at the same time, I don't know how much of it translates to like actual sales and stuff, because it is console exclusive for the first year. It's not coming to PC. So your audience is limited to an extent. And I don't know if we have the install base in the grand scheme of things. Platforms. It's coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S. So it's gonna be there for about a year. It's not coming to PC until next year. It also is not old gen, so there's no PlayStation 4 user base, so to speak. Again, for better and for worse, like I'm not really arguing here if it should or if it's worth it or whatever, but I'm just thinking like you're talking about just the install base player, PS5 install base. It has 93 million people. No, it sold 93 million units globally, technically, but again, that accounts for consoles that are in stores and whatnot. So, and you know, it's also combining PS5s and PS5 Pros, and some people double dip because some people are, you know, have the money to buy both the base and the, you know, the upgrade and stuff like that. So I don't know like what the actual install base is for PS5, but I think it's fair to assume above 60 million. So like the game can absolutely make its money back, I feel like. Maybe I'm not really sure. Actually, like at 1 billion, I mean, it's possible. If you divide it by $100, you need, right? Million divided by $100, right? Hey, I mean, selling 10 million copies should be doable. Well, that's assuming you get all the money. You actually have to sell more than 10 million copies because the platform takes the 30%. Like this game would need to sell about 15 million copies just to break even. I feel like something thereabout, around 15 million copies. So it's definitely possible considering how many people are hyped for it. And there is the install base for that on the PlayStation and Xbox. So like realistically, by the numbers, I don't really see this game flopping. Just based on the discourse and the install base and everything. But at the same time, I still find it insane the fact that this game cost $1 billion to make. But yeah, basically, we're gonna have to keep an eye out on the announcement to see like how many, you know, the announcements of like copies sold in the first, you know, month or so. They should be coming out. Obviously, it's a phenomenon, so they will definitely want to, you know, plaster those numbers. But I would guesstimate around 15 million copies is what they need to sell to break even, and everything after 15 million copies is gonna be pure profit. But it's still insane. The idea that a game needs to sell 15 million copies to break even is mental. Oh, I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing that it's not, you know, it's coming late to PC. Yeah, like you said, performance improvements, maybe a complete kind of bundle by release with DLC and whatnot. Because again, on console they will nickel and dime you with the DLCs and full price for everything. So like I have no qualms and doubt about that. I'm just saying like if you're thinking about it in terms of numbers, right? We were just talking how this game costs so little in the grand scheme to make that them selling 2 million copies is considered a success. And for GTA to be considered a success, it needs to sell at least 15 million copies at $100 a pop. So that's not the base 80, that's at the advanced price. So I just assumed at $100 because most people, especially in the first part, you know, at the release, they'll probably all go for the $100 because of the extra content locked behind it. People will hate it, but they will buy it, I guarantee you. So, like, at $100, they need to sell about 50 million copies. If you do it at $80, it's even more than that. So the idea of having to sell 15, 16, 17 million copies to break even, for me, it's just, it's absurd. Like, I don't know how to vocalize it, how to describe it in words, how insane that is. That you need over 15 million copies just to cover your costs. It's insane. But that is the reality of GTA 6. It's also one of the very few games that can get away with it, admittedly, but it's still insane, no matter how you slice it. Over $1 billion to make a game and over 15 million copies just to break even. It's absurd. It's mental. No, I understand, but at the same time, GTA 5 didn't cost $1 billion to make. So that's kind of what I'm saying, you know, like there's a lot of profit to be made there. And also not all of those copies are in the release period. Not all of them are full price. You know, many of them are 60, 70, 80, 90% off on PC and whatnot. 50% off or 40% off on console. So like, not all of those copies are full price. But yes, I understand GTA 5 was a huge success and I get it. I'm just saying, like, in terms of like a new release for a game, you're banking on 15 million copies sold just to cover your costs. If for any reason whatsoever you don't reach that point, you're gonna lose money and potentially, you know, shut down. Obviously, it doesn't apply to specifically GTA, like I'm saying. That's kind of the exception here. Like, I'm not worried that GTA won't sell copies, but I'm thinking more of the concept of spending $1 billion on a single game and needing that many copies just to break even is absurd. It's an anomaly, and I accept and understand that it is the exception to the rule, but a lot of the Western space industry is treating this exception as the next rule. And that's the crazy part, right? Like we were talking, like I mentioned earlier, right? Spider-Man 2, $350 million to make. That's still insane. If you divide 350 million by $70, that's 5 million copies for Spider-Man 2 to break even. Assuming they get every single cent of those $70. And again, every copy is sold at full price. 5 million copies at full price. Give or take. It's still insane. Because again, the whole idea of gaming in general, and not just gaming, but entertainment in general, is that you have to account for your niche or for your target audience. Not every gamer that exists on an ecosystem like the PlayStation is gonna be your target audience. Just because there are 90 million or so PlayStation 5 sold does not mean 90 people on the PlayStation want to play GTA, broadly speaking. Again, GTA is kind of the exception, but like, apply that logic to any game in general, right? Not all 90 million people will want to play Final Fantasy 16. Not all those 90 million people will want to play, I don't know, Forza Horizon. You know what I mean? Not all 90 million people will want to play Ghost of Yotei. You know what I mean? You have a target audience within that install base. GTA is definitely the outlier, the exception to the rule, and the industry is trying to treat it like the next setting of the rules. And trying to like use GTA almost as like a new baseline, which is absolutely mental. It's also one of the very few games that can get away with $100 price point, because the whole idea is that, okay, GTA is like, you know, a generational kind of event, so people are willing to spend $100 once a year or once every 2, 3, 4, 5 years on the game, but it's not going to become the new baseline. Like, GTA is one of the very few games that can get away with $100 and sell bullshit as part of the you know, advanced version. Every other game cannot get away with this. Like, it's literally the exception to every rule, and the industry is trying to make GTA become the new baseline. And it's like, I do not understand how these executives and investors and business people think. Like, they do not understand entertainment at all if they really think that the GTA is going to become the you know, the new norm and baseline, or set a new baseline for the rest of the industry. I mean, the thing is, GTA is the only game that can take this gamble, because they make the money it costs to make this game back in a year off of GTA Online. That's the actual truth here. Like, we just talked how they, you know, it cost them $1 billion to make this game, but GTA Online makes like $1 billion every year. GTA Online revenue. No, okay, I'm exaggerating. GTA Online generates an estimated $500 million annually. Okay, so in 2 years, GTA Online basically made the whole budget, recouped the whole budget for, you know, GTA 6. So that's the thing. They can get away with it because they make so much money that even when they burn $1 billion, it feels like it's nothing. But most companies do not have that type of revenue. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, it's not even a gamble for GTA, if you know, for the company making GTA 6, because it's a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things. And for them, it really is just making the next GTA Online. So they can afford to really, quote unquote, R&D this game for a decade, right? They can afford it because they make the money it costs to make this game in a fraction of the, like, every single day they make more money than they spend making this game, like tenfold. If it costs them, like, you know, $100,000 a day to make this game, they're making $1.3 million a day. That's like more than 10 times, you know? It really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It's a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things for this company and this game specifically. But nobody else in this industry can afford to replicate this, even at a fraction of the scale. Because GTA Online is that outlier. And yeah, GTA 5 made over $1 billion in just 3 days after launch. So that's what I mean. Like, yes, this game can get away with murder effectively. But it's the only game in the entire industry that can get away with murder. And the industry is really trying to, like, is looking at GTA to set a new standard, you know, a new precedent. It's like, you guys, if you're actually looking at GTA 6 as, you know, the new norm for anything whatsoever, you are in for a rude awakening, my friends. But that's kind of what I mean. Like, it feels like the West always learns the wrong lessons from it. Whereas the Asian studios, generally speaking, don't take the worst interpretation of these things. Like, I feel like most studios in the East will not look at GTA and say, "Hey, we need to do this," or "We should take we should take notes from this." It's like, no, we probably shouldn't. you know, we're not gonna start making bottle factories just because one person one time caught lightning in a bottle. We're not becoming a bottle factory. But the West is. The West is all about making bottles so they can catch lightning. That's the kind of mindset in the West. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see November when the game comes out. It's gonna be a bloodbath. I honestly, I've been keeping an eye out for like all the games that I'm interested in and I'm looking forward to. And at the moment, I do not have a single game in November that I know of or that I'm interested in. Like I have my list of games. I have like a bunch of games for July, a bunch of a game for August, September, October, nothing in November, nothing in December. At the moment, there's literally nothing announced from like all the kind of AAA games. Everybody went out of the way. It was like, okay, November and December, this is GTA months. Don't even try. Which is interesting, but also makes me kind of sad because it feels like once we hit November, there's like nothing for me to play in a sense. Like November and December, I'm gonna spend most of those months just playing older games, like catching up on things and kind of clearing my backlog. Because at the moment, there's literally nothing that I'm interested in that comes out in November or December. I think the only other studio that could do what Rockstar do is Nintendo. Well, Nintendo is also very different, both in the way they function, but also in the way they budget things. Like Nintendo, it makes games on a completely different mindset. Nintendo's games, broadly speaking, don't cost a lot to make, and Nintendo functions mostly on a catalog style. Kind of like how Sony used to work to an extent, but at the same time, very different. Because Nintendo's is this weird hybrid of like family-friendly console combined with portable console, combined with games for anybody almost, with a focus on family though. So it's like their games, broadly speaking, don't need to be super expensive. They also don't deal with like super high fidelity graphics, so costs will just generally be lower because of that. You don't deal with Unreal Engine 5, you don't deal with Night and Lumen, you don't deal with hyperrealism. You just have your art style that's defined, you got your pipeline. So it's like it's a lot cheaper in the grand scheme of things. Plus it's Japan, it's not California, so it's not as expensive to make games. So the best example that I can think of off the top of my head is Legends EA, Pokemon Legends EA. Everybody was talking shit about that game. I haven't played it personally yet, so I'm reserving judgment. I'm not gonna say if it's bad or good or anything, but I heard a lot of people complain about Legends EA for being like cheaply made or whatever. It's like they didn't put in effort or whatever, or it's like not very high quality and whatnot. And that might be the case. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't played it yet, but at the end of the day, that game cost almost nothing to make. And even if it didn't sell much, it would have recouped its cost. And that's Nintendo in a nutshell. Like they don't even take calculated risks. Realistically, they don't take calculated risks. They act in a calculated manner, full stop. Every quote-unquote risk they take is not a risk at all. They know exactly where the line is in the sand, and they know exactly how close to the line they can get while still getting away with it. For better and for worse, to be fair. Like, again, I haven't played some of the newer games, so like I reserve judgment because I don't want to be one of those guys that just shits on things that they don't know about. So like I can't pronounce myself on ZA. Like the most recent Pokemon game that I've played is Legends Arceus. Like I'm behind with modern Pokemon games. So I can't really throw judgment anywhere. I liked Arceus. It was fun. But bottom line is Nintendo doesn't take calculated risks. They just calculate and then do it, and it goes by the math. There's no risk involved when in that sense, because none of their budgets and development timelines at the moment, at the very least, again, for better and for worse, like I'm not gonna say it's, you know, all sunshine and rainbows, but for better and for worse, all of their budgets and timelines are realistic and reasonable to the point where when the game comes out, it's gonna recoup its cost. And everything past the first month is just pure profit. And they're okay with it. It builds their catalog. It's also in their closed ecosystem, which means they don't have to put games on sale as much, as often, or for as much. So it's just pure profit for them after the first month or so. And again, we can talk about the quality of the games, but in terms of like just running a business, keeping people employed, keeping people paid, Nintendo is right now probably the poster child of a well-run company. Whatever you might think about their games, in terms of like just being a business, Nintendo is functioning like a business should. It's stable, it's responsible for the most part. Again, we might not know everything going behind the scenes, but like broadly speaking, it's responsible, it's stable, it's consistent, it respects its talent, it nurtures its talent. Like, it's doing all the right things insofar as like making games and, you know, employing people is concerned. Which is not really something you can say about most other companies. Nintendo has its fair share of problems, but it's just not when it comes down to like running a business and making games. And even the quality, regardless of how you or I might look at it and think about it, at the end of the day, again, like I said, they're playing that line. They know where the line is. They know how far they can, you know, with how much they can get away with. And they're getting away with it every single time because they know how to play it safe, so to speak. They know where the line is and they're not crossing it. They might be cheap in some regards, but never so cheap as to make people not want to play their games. And honestly, in today's climate, I would take that over some of the other wasted potentials that we see in the West. Like, almost every time I look at a game coming out from the West, I'm thinking this game is not gonna recoup its costs. It doesn't matter if I like this game. I know that this game is not gonna recoup its cost, and people are gonna get laid off the next week, or maybe even before the game comes out. We've seen it with Xbox now, with what, 3 studios working on active games that are about to release or soon to release, supposedly, if the development actually finishes. And they're already talking about shutting down those studios. Like, that is not something you will see from Nintendo. Anyway, I think I've rambled on enough. It's also 5 a.m. So I think it's about time I called it a day as well. It's about time. But yeah, I appreciate you all hanging out with me, chatting, playing together. It was a good time. It was fun. But we're gonna call it for now. And then I'll be back tomorrow /today. And then If anybody wants, you know where to find me. You can drop by, whether it's just to watch and chat, lurk, or play. I will see you all later today for me, maybe tomorrow for some of you. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Thank you for the follows, the subs. Lots of people. I'm not going to call you all out. And also, some of you are private, so I can't even see them. But thank you, everybody, for the follows and the subs, both on YouTube and on Twitch. And I hope to see you again later today/tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is over at your place. I will catch you all next time. Take care. Bye-bye.